So there you go. Last we left, you were sequestered from the courtroom, and we're going to get into a little bit of what Bryle was up to. But you were sequestered from the courtroom into that room that you were in before. That one of the sisters put you in before you're attacked by the giants, because they are going to the dude running the place now. Uthor's is essentially going to figure out what the crap's going on. In slightly before that, Bryle was off running around, so Bryle, do you or Richie, do you remember? Like I can fill in, or you can fill in. Essentially, what happened with you was going on at the same time as the big fight in the courtroom, and then you returned back to the courtroom. Let's say more or less the same time that the discussion happened. So, do you want to fill that in, or me?
So I subdued the chick that ran away, and then these guys came along, and so I telepathically was like, "Hey, she's upstairs and she's subdued. Go get her." And they're like, but then they set guards in the room because they knew I was there, and so then I said, "Hey, I'll come out if it helps," and they're like, "Get her here now!" And then they took me. It was kind of mean. I'm like, but I'm like your friend, bitches.
And one of the things you'll notice is when they did detain you, along with one of the sisters, you had swam there. They didn't swim back. They go through this one room where actually you see a large statue of the Allfather. They mutter something about can't breathe underwater or something like that, referring to you because you're in human or you're in druid form now. They take you through this one room and then through a couple rooms, kind of long way around to the antechamber that you ended up coming up to in the first place when you all arrived here, where you ran into the sisters and the giant lords, and then through the big double doors to the court. So it was you would have noticed that they took the long way there.
Okay, well, I
And
don't
you,
need to correct them about me not being able to breathe underwater, so that's fine.
and then let's get you over here. So this is that one.
I better log in. And
Yes,
fill
please.
it.
Now I haven't cleaned this up since the big fight. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? I tried to center everybody. Let's try that again. Oh, I know why that's not working. There we go. I was considering a homebrew rule, not necessarily for right now, but every time a certain thing comes up, it kind of gets you thinking. And one of those homebrew rules would be when you take a short rest, before you roll your dice, you determine how many hit dice you're going to roll. I don't know how much I like that. It got me thinking. Well, you just keep rolling hit dice until until you get up to
You feel better.
until you feel better, which makes sense. I'm going to keep fixing me until I feel better. And the flip side of that, the resource that you give up is that you don't get those hit dice back as quickly, because a long rest you only get half your hit.
Yeah, it's going to take me 2 days to recover from this beating.
Yeah, and so I'm not completely sold on it, because I think the mechanics are pretty solid in that you use your hit dice, you don't get them back right away. It's going to take you too long rest to get them back in Kraut's case, and although we haven't really been playing it this way, I remember reading in either Player's Handbook or Dungeon Master's Guide that that in general you see 2 to 3 encounters a day, or you require like a very perfectly balanced game would be you would require at least 1, if not 2, short rests a day, and then your long rest. So that's where you get into resource management of, hey, I'm really low on hit dice, and it's going to take me 3 or 4 days to get all my hit dice back. So let's go back to town, hang out for 3 days, and then let's come back to the dungeon. But again, fun trumps everything. That's my engineering mind always thinking about the mechanics.
No, I like that because it's like in the older editions, like in second and third, and there was some variant rules as well. Like I remember playing the version we played was so essentially obviously in third edition there was no hit dice or anything like that, but it was a case of every rest so every day, like every night's sleep, you get 1 or 2 hit points back, and that's increased if you have like a healer or like a healing kit or stuff like that in your party. And essentially it was, look, like damage is real and it's going to take you ages. Like you can't just go from encounter to encounter to encounter. Like if you go into a big encounter and you take, I don't know, 50 hit points of damage and you only have 5 hit points, that's when you say to yourself, look, we're going to have to take a week to recover because my body, like, you know, you need time to recover. You don't just sleep one night,
That's when
get back to full health.
really needed a cleric.
Yeah.
Anyways, just something.
But sometimes that can slow down the game a little bit. So it's,
Yeah. I was listening to a podcast recently, and I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Jeremy Crawford, but the general idea was D&D is all about reading your group, and that's not only Dungeon Master reading the players, but the players reading the Dungeon Master back and forth, because it's like Monopoly and everything else, like what, or Risk or whatever, whatever makes it fun for that group is you're doing the right thing, and rules are secondary and all that kind of good stuff. Okay, so again, I haven't really cleaned this up from the previous encounter. We'll just do a little bit of theater to the mind here. You are about an hour later, so you get your short rest in. You are summoned back to the throne room. I was thinking about having you come out of that room and the giant lords are there, and they threaten to attack you and just to scare the hell out of you, but that would be mean, wouldn't it? Give you a little bit of PSD all over again.
Well, I think all of us are going to need a little counseling.
Hey, you wanted to save the world.
I'm just hanging out with these guys.
That's true too, but
I'm just in it for the glory.
That's it.
Yeah, we're the least altruistically motivated group of heroes that you could possibly find.
Yeah.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm a fucking saint.
So you're led back to the throne room, and obviously there's going to be some formal stuff going on here, because there's there's the Sansiri, and there's also the two sisters. Now I'm going to retcon something a little bit in the fight, that one of you guys were controlling one of the giants, and you took out Sansiri's brother. I think it was Seth, actually. And the decision at that point was made that he would probably kill him. And I thought about that afterwards. I thought, you know what? No, they would probably knock him unconscious, like giant against giant kind of thing. Unless, they were only trying to get the heck out of there. So if you don't mind me retconning that, I don't think it's going to change the outcome of everything drastically.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're letting him live?
It's not about you letting him live. The giants knocked him out as opposed to killing him.
Typically, you would have been in control of that NPC anyway,
Yep.
Brett, so I don't think there's really a problem with this.
And I'm the GM, so whatever I say goes, and whatever Bral says, well, that doesn't mean anything, so that's how it works, I think, around here, right?
Hi.
So, Uthor is sitting there on the throne, or the chair off to the side. Sarissa, the Queen Regent in place, is still on the Worm Skull throne, paralyzed. Has not been moved.
I think it's dangerous to move her.
Yeah, and Uthor is looking tired and ragged, a little bit hurt from the fight. It doesn't look like he has taken some time to rest like the rest of you have. You will also notice as you're brought back to the throne room for obvious reasons that there is a heightened guard that whatever guards would probably be around in this compound, resting and taking off. They've obviously put everybody on guard. So
Yeah.
there's 2 guards down by the teleportation circle. You guys came in. There's a few here and there.
They're on high alert, right?
Yeah. Brow, remind me, are you on? Can you see the throne room?
Let me zoom out. Oh, I see something. Yes.
I just brought an instance of Braille in there. I don't know if there's 2 Brailles in the throne room, but somebody once told me you can never have enough Braille. So
I'm sure it wasn't me. I'm sure everybody else. Well, my cheerleader said that. Yeah, I can see.
So, you are you're placed off in one corner, and it looks like where this is all going to start is with Sensiri and her brother. You guys are allowed to interject at any time if you wish. What I'll do is I'll just give you a narrative as opposed to role play, play by play, and then if you want to interject on anything, you can. Sound good?
No worries.
I know.
Tell us a story.
Will do. So, Uthor starts with Sensiri and her brother, and a lot of questioning around what's going on, questioning about the dragon. Although it would seem that he doesn't really care too much about the dragon for obvious reasons. If you want to capture a dragon and torture it, then for the most part, who cares? Is his seemingly point of view. At the same time, he seems to be pushing and prodding Sensiri, maybe to get a rise out of her. Something seems to be going on. There seems to be a little bit of history there, and it all comes to a head when he finally says that we know that there is no love lost between you and my brother Hecaton. That you didn't agree with his ideas and thoughts and directions, and there's an undercurrent there of him pretty much accusing her of trying to take over the throne and things like that. But you kind of feel that he doesn't have enough evidence to support that, other than the fact that obviously there's a lot of giant lords out there running around doing
Trying to do that.
Yeah, exactly. So he's like, I'm pretty sure you're one of them, but I haven't been able to piece it together enough to determine that. But I got my eye on you, kind of thing. So
I'm going to say
go ahead.
real quiet because I'm worried about being accused of doing a lot of murders in her home.
Okay. So, and there's a lot of that about what you're going to do about the small folk, and they came into my castle and started attacking me, and blah, 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 and, whine. And he doesn't really have much of that, or he indicates that will be dealt with separately, and pretty much, hey, if you can't defend your own cloud castle, then what kind of cloud giant are you, sort of thing. And so that part reluctantly ends, and the end of that is going to be Uthor sending her back to her cloud castle. You don't seem to get the sense that there's going to be any major repercussion or punishment unless there's anything that you as players want to bring up and I guess quote unquote disturb the court. But that seems to be where things are headed with Sensiri and her brother and the 2 kids.
Well, personally, I mean, it's not really our business. We just want our shit back. How they deal with it.
So out of game real quick. Did Seth? Did you get your shit back?
They gave me. So Brett can correct me, but I believe I got the bow back, but they wouldn't give me the giant saber back.
Exactly.
and the rest of my stuff is still in her castle, where we left.
Where you left it before you left the castle, right?
Yeah.
Right in front of you on the floor. It's like you guys losing your keys. It's like they were there,
So
but
close.
Yeah.
So far.
And funny enough that you mentioned that, because as this decree is coming down, Sinsuri mentions the treasures that she brought from her castle, if she could take them back. And Uthor kind of gets up in her grill at that point and says, "You are lucky to be leaving here now with your entire family. So essentially, go with what you have and shut up." And she isn't very happy about that, but she will take that. So unless there's any interruption or anything from you guys, they will lead her off to the
I can't.
I object. I shout at objection.
And all the heads turn to you.
I as Krev just kind of my head whips around to Lore, my jaw just because I mean from Krev's point of view it's like, okay, she's going away, we're not being executed. This is good. And then like his friend has just yelled out objection and it's like what huh?
For Ventus, it feels like his tongue is turned to lead. It's just like open jaw, just like, what are you doing? Just he gives you one of those old man looks that you can tell. He's laying daggers at the back of your head.
Hopefully this is obvious to the giant lords that like his friends are going, what's he doing?
Not with him. Everybody turns around to look at this outburst that comes. Sansiri is obviously none too pleased. So you have a few moments. You sense, Laura, that you have a few moments.
You have the floor.
You have a few moments to say something before Uthor probably shuts you down and reminds you who's in control here.
Yeah. As I say objection, I look straight at Uthor, and I just, in the most courteous way I can, just, even though I'm interrupting, I want to make it seem like I'm not. I'm still trying to be humble about this a little bit, just a little bit. I say, my good Lord Uthor, this woman. Actually, let me rephrase this. If this woman killed one of your family members, how would you deal with her?
And his response to that would be, if another giant unprovoked kills another giant, they themselves will be killed.
Do you? So, as I am just a meager elf to you giants, but I wish to employ you. I see that you have some sense of honor. You're quite an honorable people. This woman, obviously, as I've explained before, killed my brother, one of my blood relatives, stole my equipment, my items, pilfered them, if you will, imprisoned me, and tried to have me killed. Now, the only thing I ask of you, I don't wish to bring this problem upon you, but the only thing I ask is that I essentially would like to do a trial by combat with the fair lady Sansuri, a one-on-one trial by combat, for my items and for the disgrace and for the vengeance for my brother's death.
Now, while you're accusing Sansuri of all these things, she will also shout over you, regarding that she was attacked by your brother and his gang, and equally attacked by you, and she will remind them that you are a member of the Lord's Alliance, the very same Lord of the Alliance that killed his sister-in-law, the Queen. Like she's not taking this lying down. So Uthor will quiet both of you, because this is certainly not how the court seemed to start out pretty well, and now it's falling into disarray once again, and he's not going to have any of that. And so he quiets both of you and turns to you and says, "We've had enough combat and bloodshed in this very room that I am not going to decree more. That if it is true that you attacked one of our giant lords, then you are lucky enough to be standing here with your life." especially if you support the very same organization that killed our queen.
I do not support this organization. I will not. I will deny that I've been a part of said organization, but
And
right now, this organization means nothing to me. What matters to me is getting some kind of recompense for the death of my brother, who had no. He was unprovoked. He did nothing but simply try to wonder why she was within our lands.
Mhm.
That's all.
And Sensiri doesn't really respond too much to the fact of you wanting to do one-on-one combat. She and her
I'm sure
brother.
She thinks she'd win.
Yeah, I think she feels pretty confident in the giant court. Her and her brother are certainly looking a little hurt from obviously the fight, but have regained some of their or healed some of their wounds, just as you guys have. Uthor's response again is my decision is clear. There are greater matters to be dealt with, and that I will send these cloud giants back to their castle, and how you may deal with that on your own is up to you. But if we find that you deal with it in such a way that it is not essentially, if we find that you are attacking giants for no reason, then you'll have the vengeance of this court on you.
And that is for and if that is your rule, so be it. The only thing I will ask is that, as I mentioned, she took items of great value to me, items that I myself bought, and she's claiming them as her own, as trinkets, as her property. I don't believe that is fair or just, and I don't think to rob someone who my only business in going to see her was to find out what happened to my brother, and of course what happened, and all I would like is what is rightfully mine.
And he's obviously getting a little bit frustrated and such at this point, and he says, I am not here to babysit the entire world in terms of little squabbles over whose is what, and you have reclaimed your bow, and what Sensiri may or may not have of yours, and who owes what who, I will leave between you and Sensiri. But this is not what this court is to deal with, and he's pretty much shutting you down and saying sit down and shut up, or he essentially says sit down or shut up, or you'll be removed from the court, and we'll continue without you.
I kind of take a step over to Lore and put a hand on his shoulder, and try and give him an imploring look of I'm so sorry.
I flank on the other side with a hand on his other shoulder as well. I look at Crab to see if he's going to say something.
There's nothing to say. My attention is focused on Lore, not on Luther.
Okay.
I telepathically give a little nod over to Lauren and say, oh, this isn't over. This bitch is going down. Don't you worry.
I whisper into Lore's ear. I'm like, I can buy you some new armor, man. Let's cut our losses and get the hell out of here. All right. I kind of give him a squeeze, like a fatherly nod, and I sit back, leaving Krav and Lore alone to face the giant regent.
So I'm just basically standing there, my attention focused on Lore.
Yeah, so I am.
Sorry, what's that? Do we lose Seth?
No.
I don't know. I know Discord from time to time has basically gone silent and you have to disconnect and reconnect, but
just messaging them that.
Yep.
Well, anyway, I think like at a game, if we pool all our money, we could be able to go back to town and buy him something. Perhaps get it enchanted some by some wizard. I do have connections with wizards. I know some people's.
And I have every intention on getting back into her shit and getting it, so not to worry.
Yeah.
I mean, if
It
we
may-
just wait a day, I can do the teleportation circle. We can go in there all sneaky like, send Witchy, and just have him go sneak in and get it, and then come back to the teleportation circle, like nap him back.
We can be invisible with a greater invisibility when we go in there. Like we can.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, some of these cool items here that we've
There he is.
like
All right, what do you
some
say,
of these
bud?
cool like swords and shields and shit might be worth something. These things not made of metal that we've ever seen before.
You back
So-
there, Seth?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we lost you for a second. You were going to say
You're
something.
about to, yeah. I basically hand on shoulder, focus on you. You were about to say something, and then you cut out.
No, just sort of like I would just kind of heed what Krev's saying, just kind of not say anything else, just kind of give him a nod, and then just keep quiet, I suppose, and maybe even take a step back.
As he takes a step back, I basically put an arm around his shoulder and just hold him there.
So you want to know the funny thing? The only so when he says, "Oh, I gave you your bow back," I was like, "Yeah, the only item that's actually not actually mine, you gave me back." Yeah.
I think this is a perverse poetic justice from the DM, to be honest.
Yeah. Hey, look, I didn't steal the bow.
Like, you
Hey,
wanted this here, have it.
This DM doesn't metagame. Whatever happens, happens.
I know.
You've got a giant slayer.
But-
You've got a giant slayer weapon
there
in a
is a-
giant court. What are the giants going to do about that?
I still think she's gonna die. It just won't be right here, right now.
Yeah, it might take
All
a
right.
couple of levels.
So I guess Sinceri and her brother, they leave the court and go back to their castle, right?
Yeah. So Uther basically stares Lore down. Sinceri gives a parting smile to you guys, Lore in
That bitch.
particular. Silent resentment towards anyone who's ever wronged me. Awesome. Is that your actual flaw?
That is my actual flaw.
That's
She's
hilarious.
not getting away with this. The way I play my character, you should kind of have figured this.
If you remember every insult you've received and there's a silent resentment towards anyone who's ever wronged me, then that means that, that's the way you feel about everybody that you play with in this game right now.
No, because I don't really consider them real insults. I consider playful banter.
Okay, gotcha. So yes, they head off.
Although remember that healing I did.
Yeah, true enough.
I'm sure that was playful banter too.
Yeah, I think that's where it
Right
started.
up
everything.
until he stopped breathing, I think it was.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Forgot to use the safe word.
Whoops.
So
Vance.
Sansiri, her brother, and the two kiddos head behind the worm skull throne, and off to that room where Imarith had disappeared from before, followed by a couple guards, and they assumingly teleport away as the guards come back and kind of nod towards Uthor to give that silent communication that, yep, they're gone type of thing. The next thing that happens is the two sisters are brought forth. And from this conversation, obviously there's all kinds of frustration here because it's obvious that these two sisters had colluded against the throne. And from this conversation, what you receive is that they felt that their mother had bent their father's mind, that they were weakening the giants, especially with the idea that the giants and the small folk could work together, and because of bending his mind, he ended up favoring their youngest sister, Sarissa, who also shared the hope that they could work together with the small folk as opposed to being enemies with them. And so that's why they got passed over for the throne, at least in their mind. And with that, and the ordning breaking, and who was known as Tyrell in the past, but now is known as Imerith, or is now known to be Imerith, came into the throne, guided her, their youngest sister, but in behind the scenes, obviously had worked with the two older sisters to make everything. To make everything happen. They didn't know that she was a dragon. That's another thing that you pick up from the conversation. But they all, especially, what's her name? She's the hot. So there's kind of a cool and collected one. There's a
Nim
hot-headed one.
and
Yes, thank
the
you.
hot-headed one is Miram.
Yeah.
I believe
So
the other one-
Miram is just going off in all directions during this, and has to be shouted down by Uther a number of times. How she's the oldest, by the way. So hey, this throne is mine, and I'm not giving it up, type of thing.
She's the one with the big old boobies, right?
Possibly.
She's
I
the
mean-
one that's wearing a like giant conch shell, as though it was some sort of hat from like the southern U.S. sort of thing. For some reason, the image looks a bit like those really old photos of wealthy ladies in the South.
Yeah, you know what? As soon as you said the previous part, that's the first thing I thought of. The ladies on the plantation sipping their tea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
like
So I'm
in the
thinking of
old
a different-
photographs.
yeah, yeah.
Apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, no
I thought
problem.
This was the one with the big old.
There's the younger one, or the
Yes,
middle
Nim.
child. I have no idea who you're.
No, it was at the other castle.
I'm
She looks like Athena.
Vorpal. I'm doing my best to find big old boobies, and I'm just
I mean, look, when you're human sized,
that's true.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say
to be fair, these people are all 12 feet tall. All the females
but I
have
specifically
very
remember
large
that.
breasts.
Actually, I think, especially when you get into the storm giants, I think you're in the 18 to 22 feet range.
Okay,
Even bigger boobs. All right, great. All right,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to derail us. Let's
So-
go ahead and continue. if the court requires any sort of testimony or anything, I'm going to step up with Crab, and we're going to tag team this shit and just like all of them with our charismatic prowess.
Okay. So what you get from this conversation, especially Miriam being the hot-headed one who demands that this is her throne and all that kind of stuff, that yes, they worked with again who they thought was Tyrell, but really who ended up being Imerith the dragon. That it was them that not sequestered their mom, but kind of led their mom into an ambush, and like Miriam is just spouting this stuff off because she feels like she's kind of above everything. Nim tries to shut her down and basically shut up, you stupid, but it's obvious that the gig is up, so Nim just kind of keeps quiet. That the mom was killed by small folk, and that they kind of goaded their father into going and trying to find the mother, and Tyrell / Imerith told them that she would take care of the father so that they could take over the throne. So that's all they know. Go ahead.
Dang it. Come on, thing. They don't know what steps she took to take care, that's quotes, air quotes, of their father.
Nope. All they know is that
Yes.
Tyrell / Imerith said that if you can kind of push him over the edge, given the grief of his wife dying, and have him go search for her, I can have him taken out of the picture, and now it's just you and your younger sister.
Okay.
and so now King Hecaton is a guest of the Kraken, according to the Oracle.
That's what the Oracle passed along. Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping they would have some information on how that happened, though. I mean, we don't really know much.
Well, during all of this, if you want to out of game ask me, hey, did this come up or was this mentioned? I'll give you. So if you have questions, I'll give you the yes or no because you would have heard it if it came up in the court, and you wouldn't have heard it if it didn't come up in the court. So based on my summary,
Did they mention that they knew what Imarith had done to King Hecaton,
no.
or simply he was removed from the picture? Didn't they have any curiosity what had happened to their own father?
No, and you kind of get the sense that they didn't really care because they were willing. They were willing to get him off the throne so that they could get onto the throne because they felt that they rightly, especially Miriam, rightly owned the throne. It sounded like the plan was Miriam, as the oldest sister, would take over the throne, and Nim would be a advisor. Yeah.
Basically, she would take over Uther's position effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have one for you. Did they say anything about where Imarith might have been headed?
No, not at this point. But in case I forget, after this is dealt with, and during the conversation with you, he will give you some information that he knows about Imarith, but he'll also indicate that one of the reasons why he probably doesn't look rested is that he's been spending some of this time trying to scry on her. He feels that given time he will be able to scry on her, but at this point he has not been successful.
I'll probably ask Krev if he could assist her in any way, if that would help or be beneficial in any way.
Assist in what?
The scrying. He does divination. That's his thing.
I do know how to do the scry spell. I've not been successful at it yet, but I have some power in that.
You have a crystal ball.
I do. They haven't smashed it.
Okay, so let's hold on to that for a second. And is there anything else about the two sisters? Because what's going to happen here is there's going to be some sort of decision about these two sisters. But I want to make sure that as players, you get a chance to say, hey, did this come up during this conversation?
Okay. One last thing.
I think the only thing we'd like to interject, and Vorpal, I'll let you figure out how to say it, because I think you'd make a better face for the party in this situation than, a half-orc urchin sort of thing. In just to make sure they're taking into consideration that King Hecaton, we do know where King Hecaton is now, and that the Oracle has said that he is in the care or is a prisoner of the Kraken. And so he is probably in a fair amount of danger, thanks to his own daughters.
Okay, so
yeah, that's a good point.
Somebody brings that up. Maybe Ventus does at some point.
Yeah, for sure. I'll step up and say, we did hear knowledge from the Oracle that the king is being held by the Kraken. Will you allow us support and aid in going to save your king?
And he, as you interrupt things, you see a bit of a frustration that yet another interruption in the court. But given the information that you're now providing, seems to
this isn't we're questioning your authority.
Yeah.
This is just want to help.
Yeah. This guy likes, as you probably picked up by now, this guy likes his order and such. So, he's balancing the fact that you're interrupting with the fact that you seem to bring some information. And so he looks at the two sisters and asks if this is true, and they don't seem that they care, or they don't seem, but they say we have no idea what the plan was with our father, and essentially who cares, because he's a weak ruler of the giants, and he should not have put our sister on the throne. So Uthor just says that whatever knowledge you have, we will discuss that in a few minutes. Essentially, he's asking you to put a pin in it.
Yep, gotcha. I nod, step back, and await the judgment on the ladies.
Okay, but
The sisters.
you've obviously thrown something out there that that has piqued his interest. Okay, anything else that you want to ask about? And of course, yeah, obviously, like a bit later on in the game too. If you think, oh man, we would have asked if that was said during, because as your PCs, you hear everything that went on in this court. I'm just trying to summarize it, and maybe I've glossed over something you might want more information on.
I guess one thing I would have said too, that I would. It's hard because I don't really want to like keep beating that dead horse. But last session we did mention if we are off, like to help him either find the king or like to help him kill this dragon as well. Whose name escapes me. Is it
Imareth.
Imareth?
Yeah.
Yeah. That in exchange, obviously, they can't just let me keep a giant slayer because they're giants. They're not going to let any more keep that kind of weapon. But at the same time, if we had to go hunt Imareth, it might be nice if we could, trade, or they could lend me something that would obviously help me
Help with the
defeat
dragon.
Imareth. Yeah.
Yeah, if they have a dragon slayer, that might be good.
I mean, look, that's what I'm hoping for. I just didn't want to come out and say it.
If only somebody had some sort of like armor or breastplate that protected them from dragon breath or something like that. Maybe you know what?
Brett, don't you dare, Brett. Don't you dare.
I
Did we sell that, or do you still have it?
yes,
No,
because
so sold it.
because Seth's line was, "I doubt we're going to run into a dragon." So, and my
Meanwhile, we
God,
have like 10
You
on
must have
payroll.
been chuckling so hard on the inside when we did that.
I bit my tongue so hard, and then later in that,
Well, no.
go
So
ahead.
the thing was, it wasn't just, hey, we might not like. The thing, what I said was, hey, I doubt we're gonna come in against a dragon, and if we do, this breastplate, the one I had, the +2 one,
Yeah.
that the +2 is a lot better than the advantage against breath weapons. So I keep the +2 because it's more beneficial overall. And now I have neither of them now. So I'm just like,
I went on the Storm King Thunder Facebook DM page after that session. I said, "Guys, you got it. This is what one of the players said during the session." Oh my gosh, it was hilarious.
damn you hindsight.
Yeah, exactly. So he, Uther will shut you down again in terms of like you again. Enough with your quibbling and your whining about your lost stuff. You will have your turn, but if you keep pushing me on this, then you will be excused from this court.
I say nothing.
I just kind of hold Lore close because I know this is really tough for him.
It's really tough. Like I'm trying to stop myself so badly from just ripping into him.
Yep.
But I know I'd die, and the rest of us would all die as well. So
Uther holds up the giant slayer and says, "Want it? Can't have it. Want it? Can't have it. Want it? Can't have it."
that's okay. I'm just gonna add you to my list. My little book.
My little book.
Oh god!
Guess who the giant slayer is going to slay the next time I get it?
This is a wee bit of an aside, and I'm sorry if I'm about to derail things, but if you ever are you familiar with the existence of the musical The Mikado?
No.
No.
In it, it's a from the same guys that did the Pirates of Penzance. In it, there's this song called "I Have a Little List,"
Mm-hmm.
and it's literally one of the characters is essentially a chief magistrate. And he maintains a small list of people that if he ever needs someone that no one will be missed, he has a little list.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes and lists it off. And it's become tradition during the performance of this that the first part of the song is fixed.
Yep.
Then you start adding people like modern references
Mm-hmm.
to like people that you just like to see them disappear.
So these days, for example, Trump would probably be mentioned.
Politicians,
Yeah.
climate change deniers, it just taxmen, all
Yep.
sorts of things.
Huh. Cool.
Don't get
But
me started.
it's all about you have a little list,
Yeah.
and none of them be missed.
So yeah, he shuts you down. No, he's not dangling Giant Slayer in front of you, but he does shut you down. You notice that Giant Slayer actually is nowhere to be seen. He's not handling it or something like that. And so yes, if anything else comes up that you want to ask, hey, would this have come out during the court with the sisters? Then let me know. And I think I've covered everything that you should be certainly aware of. But with that, he turns to the sisters and says, though it is within my right, I do not believe it is. No, as though it's within my power, I do not believe it's within my right to bring down judgment on you. I will leave that for your father, God willing he still live, or your sister, God's willing that she is God's willing that the scepter is found and she is removed from this state. Until that time, you will be detained without access to, essentially anything. And that if it is found that your father is killed or dead, and that your sister cannot be removed from this state, then your judgment will be swift, and it will be death. And unless there's anything else from you guys, they will be led out of the court to obviously be imprisoned. You would assume somewhere in this structure.
Nope, staying quite quiet.
Witchy, did you have anything you wanted to ask?
No, he's just plotting.
Now, before they get to you, the other thing that happens is that there's a lot of talk amongst the giant lords now that the cloud giant Censuri and the two sisters are away. And there's more talk about the Zalto in the northeast trying to heat his forge and bring the giant slayer, the dragon slayer weapon. Ooh, dragon slayer. They don't call it that. I just called it that. But the dragon slayer weapon, the Vonendad together. And so cutting down huge swaths of forest and stuff like that. And that the stone giant Thane in the south, southwestish, yeah. Sorry, where?
The Grey Peak Mountains, I believe.
Yeah, has already wreaked havoc on nearby towns, Oralbar and Parnast and such, and that there's a word that she will spread out further, Loudwater and such, and essentially attempt to take over that area of the Delmer Vale. And that there is word that Bryn Shander has recently been attacked up in the northwest, and that they are trying to get some information on that. But from what they've heard, it was a frost giant attack, and that this wasn't actually an open attack on the city, though it ended up there was some violence. But they were originally looking for someone or something, and when Bryn Shander didn't present it, is when the attack started. Luckily, they were driven back, but not without some damages to their defenses and such. And then so now it comes to you, and you're now brought before the court, and Uthor turns to Vorpal and says, "You seem to have information that that has not been shared with us as of yet, and you say that my brother. How do you know that my brother was captured by the Kraken?"
I go into a long oration of Hrothgar. What's his name? Is it Hrothgar, our buddy from the Oracle Temple?
Harshnag.
Harshnag, sorry. Hrothgar is a different person.
Mm-hmm.
I go into great detail about Harshnag, our adventures with him, what he has been trying to do, what he's been trying to accomplish, our misadventures within the temple of the Oracle, and then finally getting to see the Oracle. I will also mention the dead giant ghost inside the Oracle room. I'm going to leave nothing unsaid. I mean, I'm just like opening my mouth and shit is falling out.
I interject every now and then to support everything that he's saying, and just,
and obviously helping me remember too. You're like,
yes,
this.
Exactly. Just totally, essentially trying to provide as much support to his story as possible.
And this probably takes a bit. I mean, this is probably like a good 15-minute spiel. And at the end, I'm going to stop. I'm going to look around the room, gauge their reaction, and then ask if they have any questions.
Gotcha. And up till now, the court time has already taken about 20 or 30 minutes to deal with each of these things. So you've been in court for some time now. Not incredibly long period of time, but it's certainly past the half-hour mark, coming up on the hour. As you mentioned, the Oracle and such. I just want to get this correct. Or yes, the stone giant Thane that is there, Braxow, makes a comment that we must follow the Oracle and the giant gods. If the ordning has been broken by the All Father, then most certainly we cannot anger him further, and that
I'll probably recommend the trip for all of the chiefs and ourselves to meet at the Oracle to ask further questions.
Okay, all right, and hang on to that for a second. Tartha, the fire giant Duchess, speaks up and says we must attack Imarith, and she obviously has no love for dragons and such. So all this information certainly creates a bit of a buzz around the court. Uthor hears your suggestion of going to the Oracle, and we'll consider that. And so he and of course, again, interject all you want with information. He mentions that one of the reasons that we took a break was for him to consider your request, and he looks at Lore specifically. And he says, we have a number of things that lay in front of the court right now, and we are fighting We are now fighting battles on many fronts. We have a elder dragon who has infiltrated the court that must be dealt with. We have essentially a court without a monarch. Looks over at Sarissa. That for the other reason we have to deal with Imarith is to get the scepter back to remove the hold. Not only remove the hold over Sarissa, but it was the scepter and the power of the Worm Skull throne that provided the monarch to have some semblance of power over the giants. But with the ordning breaking and with King Hecaton's focus divided, with his wife dying or being killed and stuff like that, all that came together. And it's pretty obvious now that between the sisters and Imarith or whatever, they used all that to their advantage. Because you also pick up by now that the timeline was the ordning broke, the mother was killed, Imarith. Ordning broke. Imarith showed up at the court. The mother was killed. King Hecaton went off to find the mother. So obviously they just used all this to their advantage. So we need the scepter back to free Sarissa. We need it also back to have the power over the worm skull throne. My gosh, I can't say that freaking phrase. He would like his brother back, Hecaton, obviously, if he still lives. But then there's all these all these giant lords running around out there, including the fire giant lord, causing all kinds of mayhem, and that he is certainly of the belief that order needs to be brought back to some level. Whether it will ever be brought back, he's not too sure. So with all that, he turns to you and says, I do not have the faith that my brother and my niece and my sister-in-law have in the small folk, but with the information that you bring towards the court, maybe my faith is growing a little bit, but you still have to prove yourself. And he looks at Lore specifically and says, if you prove yourself worthy, I will hand you back the Giant Slayer weapon under one condition, and that condition is that if it is ever used against a giant inappropriately, we will not only take the sword back, the weapon back, but you'll be killed on the spot. So he leaves you with the impression that if you have to use the giant slayer weapon against a giant, and it is justified,
If it's in defense, they'll let it slide.
yeah, or even that, hey, there's these giant lords running all over the place, and it's against the order of the giants, then hey, go to it, kind of thing. So you can either, he offers you a couple of options. You can either leave and be gone from the court and go about your lives. You can attempt to find his brother, and he holds up that wooden coin with the goose, or not a coin, well, wooden, yeah, coin with a goose on it. And as you see this more, Krev, you've already seen it once, but given your background and things like that, you'd recognize that possibly this is some sort of this is not regular currency, but like a gambling chip, or a currency that would be used amongst like what's the word I'm looking for, a network of people to represent real currency to be traded back and forth. Given that you've got,
It's a marker.
Given that you've got a bit of a background in that kind of
Poker
stuff
chip.
with Luke and Luskin and such, so you can go after and find him. And this is the only clue that we have beyond the Kraken information that you have. And he kind of scoffs at this, but he says, you indicated that you wanted to go after Imrith the dragon. I will continue to scry, and I believe over a few days I will be able to find out where she is. She cannot rebuff my scry attempts forever. To which the stone giant Thane that is there, Braxau, and the fire giant Duchess Tartha that is there, reiterates that they feel that they can muster a handful of not forces, like not a big army, but to go after
Special
Imrith,
operatives.
yeah, with you, so that it doesn't look like the entire giant kind is coming down on dragons, and that's just going to start a war all over again. So with that, Laura, you feel that maybe you might be able to get a word in edgewise now, and of course the rest of the party as well.
Well, I'm thinking that we either take the coin and look for the king, or we risk everything and go after the dragon.
The only problem is, like, we need the scepter that Emirith has, right?
We do. That will go, I think, a long way. Because even if we find Hecaton, he needs that scepter.
Yeah.
Because whoever sits on the throne, I think, requires both.
And even if
I look over at the Sarissa sitting there, and I'm going, I guess you need the scepter to run the throne, and if you don't, you just sit there immobile.
well, my concern is, even if we manage to find Hecaton, I'm guessing his number one priority is going to be freeing Sarissa anyway. So even if we save him, he's going to send us after the scepter anyway.
Yeah. Plus, should I roll like a what sort of knowledge check can I sadly attempt in order to know, like, even legends about the Kraken?
Probably not. I guess history.
History, yeah, probably.
Yeah, I just know it's a big fish.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nature more?
I'm not sure if that helps any, but I am proficient in history.
Well, that
And
means that
I'm
we
a
get
sage.
+4.
Yeah.
So the sage,
Yeah.
I think we'd know where to go look it up.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Boom.
So no.
Oh, look at what Brile knows about. Oh, that's nature roll. I stay away from nature
I'm
because
a druid, though.
Yes, but it's not an
I'm
animal.
always willing for an argument or a discussion about
But
it.
how does it interact with animals? What do the animals know about it?
What is its environment? Like, where
No.
does it live?
My name's
You would probably know that, right?
Way under the ocean.
I could probably talk to some sea creatures.
Law's called Law for a reason. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, I mean, at 20 in history, I think we know that this thing's. What I'm trying to get at was, do
Yep.
we have a reason to understand exactly how powerful the Kraken is, and the fact that the dragon may actually be easier because we have help.
Yeah, you would. I think all of you would have heard some sort of horror stories or boogeyman stories about a large, like a kraken that lives in the sea and that type of thing, and you'll come and
Release
eat
the
you up.
Kraken.
What's that?
Release the Kraken.
Yeah, exactly. You would. Lore would know a little bit more than everybody else that they are quite powerful, certainly, and if not as powerful as an ancient dragon, possibly even more so. And thankfully, they are pretty much obviously restricted to the sea and the depths of the sea. Obviously, sailors and stuff like that would have some issues with them. Laura, you would also know through your history and being with the Lord's Alliance and things like that. Maybe you just kind of listened in on some things that there's a society that worships the Kraken. Smugglers, slavers, assassins, like the typical kind of some of the things that you would expect, like seafaring, that type of stuff. And it is another faction, if you will, in Faerun, not as prominent or spoke about as much, but it's almost like the underground of the underground. Whereas, like the Zentarum are out openly working, hiring mercenaries and doing stuff, and you all know that underneath that they have a ulterior motive. This is really an underground society, but you know that it is an issue to be dealt with. So piecing everything together, you probably figured that there was some connection either via the sisters and they're lying, or via Imareth to deal with Hecaton.
I do want to say as well, as a side note, like it actually does make sense that Law would know about Krakens, because I remember in his backstory, I had like as a child, he read like a lot of like books about like heroes, about dragons and that kind of stuff. So like I think Krakens probably would have read up quite a bit of that.
Yep. And just to be clear with Uthor there, what he's suggesting is that you go and find my brother and bring him back. I will give you the Giant Slayer weapon with the caveats that he mentioned, or you go after the dragon and if not slay the dragon, then bring the scepter back. Then the same type of deal. Prove the worth that my brother and my prove the worth that my sister-in-law and my niece saw in the small folk, and I will grant you this.
I'm thinking dragon.
I'm thinking dragon also.
We have Imareth on the run, boys. We can't
Okay.
let her escape and make a new plan. We must go after her now while we have the resources behind us of the king's, the regent's court.
And
The giant's court.
so I assuming we kind of have a rolling discussion.
I'm waiting for Witchy's ballot.
I'm personally, I'd rather hunt, or rather not hunt dragons. I'd rather hunt giants.
That's not an option.
Yeah,
I think
You're given an option of Kraken or dragon.
And given that you're in a giant court, all heads turn to you as you say that you'd rather hunt
I put my hand
giants.
over his mouth.
I would not say that out loud.
Not only
Come
would
on.
you not want to hunt dragons, but you would rather hunt giants than dragons. And this is your comment in the giant court.
I wouldn't say that out loud, but I mean, That's where I'm sitting. I mean, I'm quite content with the dragons right now. They've seemed quite lovely.
So Laura, Ventus, and Krev, magically a level 1 character appears that will now join your party as Brile is dragged off into parts unknown.
No, but he's just like he just shrugs. And he's like, it makes no difference to me.
Yeah.
See, my own
He looks
concern.
disinterested, but
I
he
know.
is still looking quite perturbed.
So I lower my
Shrug
voice and like
grunts.
gather the rest of the guys, and I'm just like, look, if we kill Imarith, do you think that's going to cause trouble with Klauth and some of the other dragons?
I actually, I look at Laura. I don't think it's going to cause any problem. Look at the reaction that Lax had when we told him that Imarith was in the north. He thought it was like almost a slap in the face to his dragon master. I don't
It's a
think there's
power
any,
vacuum.
I don't think there's any love lost between the great ancient chromatic worms. I mean, if we were talking about a gold dragon or a silver dragon, yeah, that'd be fallout. But this is a blue dragon. I don't think anybody cares. I don't even think her own kids care about her.
Hmm. Oh.
And Krev is right that Lax did say that the fact that she was at the Oracle is closer to Kloth's domain than her own domain. That's an issue. Dragons should not be overlapping domains.
Yeah.
They
Big
don't
no-no.
share.
Yeah, I mean, if her domain collapses, all it means is that Cloth might get a few extra villages to terrorize. I mean, they're
You can
already
see
being
Ventus
terrorized
cringe
by a
when you say
dragon.
that.
Sorry?
You see Ventus visibly cringe when you say that. He's like, "Oh God, remember, I teamed up with a red dragon. Damn it!"
I look Ventus like square in the face. And it's like, look, if they're in a blue dragon's domain, they're already being terrorized by dragons. One crisis at a time.
I telepathically say to Laura, I'm like, I think we'd probably look good in blue dragon armor and stuff. And I guess I could be.
You know what? I wouldn't say no to some blue dragon
Over
armor.
to Barial, assuming he's listening. Blue is definitely your color.
He winks.
I'm gonna look at Krev and say it's not about one dragon taking over the domain of the other. It's my internal conflict with having have helped a red dragon. I've also been helping dragon cultists. This is not what I was thinking was going to
And now
happen to
we
me
can
when
put
I
it
left
all
my
good
town.
by smiting a ancient blue dragon in righteous fury. I can't believe I'm saying this.
Yeah. I mean, I know it hurts Juventus, but at the same time, we don't really have a choice. I mean, Klaff gave us an airship. I mean, he tried to help us kill the Cladrons as well.
We can work with our new friends. I say very tentatively. We'll confront, hopefully ambush actually, and kill Imarith. Get the scepter. I look over at Lore. Maybe we'll be able to get you some new armor. I mean, let's face it, dragons tend to have stuff.
Or, you know, maybe I just might have to get my old stuff back. Wink, wink.
Brile's just standing there with his arms crossed and his lips pursed, and he's just looking incredulous, I guess is the expression he has. Like, of killing an ancient dragon, sure.
All right, to Tamarith we go. However,
So we
mantra for the
as a
greater
group,
good.
we turn to Imperator Uthor. We will face the dragon.
Okay. And he will hand you the wooden coin thingy, and he says that it will take a few days of scrying anyways, and out of game. This is not railroading. It's just, you know, here. It is going to take a few days of scrying, plus the Tartha, the fire giant, who is incredibly happy to go after Imarith, and the stone giant Braxow, to kind of gather these special operatives and such. and they mention that they can gather up some rocks as well, like ROC rocks, for travel if need be. And so during this time, if you can find out any information about the coin, that would be awesome.
I look at the coin, like he's given it to us, right?
Yep.
Look at the coin. I flip it over a few times. Have I ever seen anything like this growing up in Luskin? Like, is this a gambling hall chip? Is it something that was used by the ships? Like, have I, now that I have it in my hand, have I seen this before?
It might be possible. Let me. Well, there's a dog just going to town. If you guys can hear that.
I'm assuming there's a squirrel that's basically taunting him.
Exactly, possibly. Too many things to juggle. Okay. I think I got the info I need now. You, again, given your background and stuff like that, you likely know that this is a gambling chip of some sort of time, some sort of gambling chip. Sorry. Give me history, I think. Give me a history check. You feel that you've probably maybe have seen it around before. Yeah, sorry, you've probably seen it around before, and but you can't quite catch it. But it was certainly you didn't see them prominently in Luskin, but you probably ran across it in Luskin in your gambling, either your gambling days or your bouncing days, and so that may not be a bad place to start, even though you don't quite have that feeling that it is particularly linked with Luskin.
Yeah. The bottom kind of falls out of Krev's stomach a little bit, thinking that, oh God, I have to go back.
Well, you also feel that any, like, if you're asked around Waterdeep as well, or like any kind of sizable town, you might get the same type of information if you're able to find somebody. You're not going to find some random person on any street that's going to automatically know what that is, or you would have already known what it is.
But if we go to the different gambling halls and just are observational or ask around,
yeah,
basically do investigation checks, yeah, we can probably find the information.
And for reasons that may remain a secret, Brial, can you give me a history check, please?
Sorry, you cut out. What reasons that may
remain a secret?
Thank you.
Can Brial give me a history check, please?
Yar. 1 sec. Just trying to find it. There it is.
Oh.
And that was more for Witchy than it was Brial. That was more for the player than it was for the PC. Brial, you remember that you've seen this coin before. It flashes back a little bit of a memory.
Okay.
And depending on how great Witchy's notes are,
Witchy's
taking. Look at my notes are.
How good your notes are. You remember?
No.
You remember being in, I think it was Yartar, when you picked up dude who's no longer with us, the guy with the rifle and stuff. Okay, and the chatty innkeeper there, where you knew to go and find all kinds of adventurers, had a few of these chips with him, and was handing them to you, saying, "Hey, if you're going to stay in town for a while, if you want to do some gambling, here you go."
Then I'd still have them. I keep everything.
No, you actually didn't take them. You
Oh,
yeah, you were. This guy was not your cup of tea, and you couldn't stop him from talking quick enough.
oh yes, okay.
So I had you roll a history check to see if you had rolled low on that history check. I none of that would have been given. And I'm joking about how good your notes are, but you saw them briefly for a moment, and in fact I actually had you roll disadvantage on that, but because of the 21.
So, okay, so we're still talking though, and like quietly in front of these giants, right? We haven't left.
No, you haven't left.
We've been given the coin, and I'm guessing permission to go back to the room that we're staying in, being kept in, sort of thing. I imagine we are not given freedom of the castle.
No, you. He mentions that that he will have you leave in quick order if you need to kind of gather yourself up and make a plan, but he does not have the resources on hand to constantly keep an eye on you and detain you, as well as the sisters, as well as keeping guards at bay for, like, Lord willing, Imrith decides to teleport back after doing some healing or something like that.
Okay.
So you don't have a long time, but he mentions that you can also use the meditation chamber to teleport anywhere. They can place you pretty much anywhere in the world at no risk of the typical teleportation.
Waterdeep, then. I mean, we can
Waterdeep,
start the investigation. Where and when
Do we want to meet?
the stone and fire giants?
Sorry, say that about the stone and fire giant?
Where and when do we meet them? Or do we
That's-
wait until word is sent?
Yeah, it's probably best to wait till word is sent, because nobody at this point knows exactly where Imrith is.
Okay.
Though he will tell you that she is well known. She's been around for a while, kind of like Cloth. She is also known as the Doom of the Desert, so that's why he's feeling like his scrying probably won't take too long, because he can. Well, it doesn't matter where a person is, anyways. But he's imagining that she will probably have a lair somewhere in the desert to the east.
Under rock.
What's that?
So I'm just trying to remember the name of the desert that's in northern Peru, and the one that was magically created.
Yeah, it used to be a sea.
No, it used to be farmland, and then it basically was the old Netherese Empire, like thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago.
Mm-hmm. She's also known as Dragon of Statues because she creates living statues. So you've got your work cut out for you. And as you probably already know by now, she's immune to lightning damage and is also a spellcaster. So you're going to want all the help you can get on this thing.
Thankfully, fire should work just fine.
It just links.
So he mentions best to wait until you hear word that he will have you hang on to the conch of teleportation, because it may be best just to come back to the court here once he finds out and muster from here.
We will go to Waterdeep. Find us at the Lusty Wench. We have rooms, standing rooms there.
Okay. And where did you guys leave the airship?
Floating over the Evermoors, really.
Like, it wasn't was it close to the cloud? Did you use the airship to
So
get...
what we did was, remember, because we launched like a kind of like surprise attack, but
Yeah.
we had the cultists pilots in it, and we said, look, keep your distance and let us like kind of go in with the dragon, but like because we didn't want them getting too close in case it started shooting at it.
Yeah, so you kept it out of range, attack range.
And I don't think we ever told them that we were what we were going to do. So
To be fair, I don't think we knew what we were going to
no,
do.
that is true. Yeah.
We were just kind
From
of
their perspective,
we were just a little bit in the sort of mentality at the time.
Yeah. So they're probably wondering where the heck you are.
yeah, basically, guys, from their perspective, we went in to fight. The last thing they heard was keep your distance and support us. And then we never came back.
We can
So
send a message.
Yeah, we probably need to, Litchi, but I think, I don't know, what would they do, Rhett? If we never came back, did they just go back to their little base of dragon cultists, or where do you think they'd go?
Well, that's probably for you guys to find out.
I think
Can
they're
you
pretty-
can you scry to see where they are, and then we can?
I certainly
Messenger?
could.
I feel like these guys are pretty loyal to us, though. Like they've.
No, they're not loyal to us. They're loyal to
Hey,
Cloud.
now you say that, but we've been on so many adventures with these guys. We're the best of buddies. they respect us now.
So Seth, when you're away, the thinking is you can teleport anywhere in Faerun from the meditation chamber without any risks. Teleportation has some risks to it, and the party was thinking about going back to Waterdeep to the Lusty Wench, which seems quite far away from your magical breastplate, but whatever. That's, I guess, what your party wants to do.
I don't. To be honest, I don't want to go anywhere near that cloud castle. All that's happened there is basically bad things.
You know what? I don't, but at the same time, that plus
You
2
want your shit?
breastplate. Yeah, I really want my shit, guys. I really, really want my shit. Not only is it magical breastplate, it's a cloak of protection. It's a +1 rapier. It's my breastplate. It's everything. All my years of adventuring.
I would say
We're going
that
to Waterdeep.
we will go back, even if we have to go in invisibly through stealth and magic to get there. We will go back and get your shit.
Guys,
But let's not piss them off before we get their help to kill the dragon, you know? I mean, that
Well, I'm
would be
not-
a bad idea.
if anything, what I suggest if we do plan to do that is go in there, sneak in there, get our shit back, my shit back, and then just leave because I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to cause another argument, but I would love to just, go invisible, use the locate object spell, get my shit, and get out, and be gone.
I don't have that spell.
What spell's that?
Locate object.
None of us have access to that spell.
Which sorry, which
It's
What-
spell?
like a Rizzy spell.
Which
What
spell?
kind of casters are you guys? What is this?
We can go get a scroll though. From Waterdeep.
What-
I mean, let's prepare for this shit. Let's not go off half cocked and die.
I'm always going off half cooked.
Full talked.
I believe
Anyway.
you're full cock, sir.
What spell is this that you're talking about?
Locate
called
object.
Objects.
Oh
It's
yeah,
amazing.
gotcha. Yeah.
I don't know if actually Lord knows about this spell, so maybe I should have said that, but
Well,
I've
no.
been watching too much Critical Role.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Knowing a little bit of Uthor's background, he will pull Lore aside, kind of under his breath, away from the other giant lords and things like that, and will because he obviously knows your issues with the Cloud Giant or Sensiri and stuff like that, and he says he says quite frankly, she was always at odds with my brother, which she was. I believe she's one of the giant lords that wants to take over the court based on her odds with Hecaton. And he kind of tells you, whatever happens. That fight is between you and her.
I just give him like a wry smile, and I'm just like,
Oh, God,
I kind of
going
nod,
back.
I just like, I don't say anything, I just nod, and I'm like, you know what, Eva, I like you.
So it's just like out of game. It's just to let you know that hey, that one contained fight is obviously some crap is going on there, and I don't like her either. And I feel that she's one of the giant
yeah.
lords that's trying
If
to take
she
over.
happens
So
to die, you will not be held up on charges.
All I'm saying is if an assailant a Cloud Castle and killed her in the night, it would be a terrible shame, and that might happen while we're off killing the dragon. No one can pin anything on me.
yeah.
Okay, so where are we going? To Waterdeep or to basically back to the airship?
Look, you guys know what my vote is, I think, so I'm going to let you guys discuss it.
I think I know what Bryle's vote is as well.
I'm easy.
Yeah, we knew that, but
Mhm.
what's your choice? you want to go kill a cloud giant, or want to go to Waterdeep?
You know I want to kill a cloud giant, but actually not really. Cloud giants haven't really.
Whose side are you on here?
Countess Sensori is a cloud giant. You've been trying to kill her for the last month.
That's true.
So
I want to kill more giants. I do, but I'm not going to say that out loud.
Okay. So they have how many? So they have what? A +1 rapier, a +2 armor, and what else of yours?
So the +1 rapier, the +2 armor, the cloak of protection, the quiver that lets me hold like 80 arrows or something like that.
Right.
My charm of restoration.
They
The
have
enchanted arrows.
they
So
have
the charm of
everything.
restoration was a blessing upon you. That's not
Oh.
a magical item. You have
Oh,
that.
I thought it was actually like a charm, like a charm bracelet.
They have everything of
Um,
Lore's except for his underwear,
Yeah.
including his Lord's Alliance cape thingy that he kept wearing
Yep,
around.
that's true enough.
Which, lucky enough, you don't have right now.
Hey, can I just say, to go back and so when I got the cloak protection, because it was a new cloak, so I couldn't have the symbol on it. So I think I got rid of that quite a while ago. Whenever we pick these caves up.
Yeah, that was like several levels ago in Waterdeep. Not that long after we took a half an hour to open a door.
Another inspiration from Critical Role. Yeah.
Yes, doors.
Yeah.
hey, that was a good day. I mean, fun things happen.
Yes. Okay.
So what's the plan?
All right.
I'm fine with whatever you guys decide. It sounds like everyone wants to go back and assault that tower. I was just concerned that the giants would kill us, but I mean, if Lore comes back and tells us that like he got the AOK to go after it, I mean, fuck, Ventus, he's down, man. I'm not gonna get this shit back.
Okay, so this is now an assassination attempt, though. This isn't like we're going to storm the castle. This is
Yeah, no, I don't care about the castle. I want. So how about this? If we can find it, I guess we need like a scroll, like something to locate my items, because I don't just want to be walking around the whole castle this time. I want to know exactly where my items are. Go straight for them, get them. If we get into a fight, we get into a fight. If not, then we can just leave, and then we can come back for sensory later. Or if she just happens to get in our way, then we can kill it here, then and there. But I want the items, because if we're gonna go up against Imarith, like I need these items, guys. I don't stand a chance otherwise. I'm pretty much naked without them.
Well, one thing we can do is we can go to Waterdeep, find a scroll, use the conch to come back here, and then use the meditation room to transport to that flying airship castle thing.
assuming that Uther gives us the permission to do that.
Can't we go to Silver Moon instead? I'm sure we can find a scroll there, and I think her
Yes,
castle
that's
was closer.
much closer.
Well, it's a teleportation. I mean, we'll be there instantly. It doesn't matter where it is.
So we'll go to Silver Moon. I can't believe we're doing this. We'll go to Silver Moon. We'll get the scroll of locate object. We will somehow signal the airship to come back and collect us. We go back up there. We use magic to fly and be invisible. The scroll of locate object to track down the location of the items that we're looking for, or more specifically, item. We're gonna have to pick one and hope the rest are near it. Sneak in, steal everything, sneak out, kill anyone that gets in the way, and hope that we don't die.
Yep, sounds about right.
We can do it. I like our chances.
Sounds like everything else we do.
Look, this will be the third time we've attempted this, but this time we'll get it right. For sure. For sure. Third time's the charm, you know what they say.
Yeah. Uthor mentions, like you're talking about one possibility of using the conch to come back here and using the teleportation room to go to the Cloud Giant Castle. Again, this is all hush hush type of thing between Lore and Uthor, because he doesn't want other giant lords to know that he's like, yeah, if you offer, no big deal. Um, uh, he's he essentially says, yes, I'll allow that, but I implore on you that one of your jobs, if you have time, is to find out information about this coin. So if you go wandering around and you keep coming back here and use the teleportation circle and you've got no more information about this coin, like obviously he's kind of single-minded. He's got some stuff to do, and he also reminds you that well, you would know this anyways. He probably wouldn't remind you not to like play his hand too much. Is that obviously the longer you take, that gives you a chance to heal up even more. But it also gives Sinceri and her brother chances as well. And at this point, it's been maybe 30 minutes plus since they teleported out of here.
Yep.
Well, shit, let's go right now. Let's teleport right now to there, go get them, and just get the shit.
To be honest, why don't we just teleport to their castle?
That's what I'm saying.
Surprise!
That we've been gone for 30 minutes. They won't fucking expect it. We just run in there. You have your spells.
And the
back.
thing
I
is,
don't,
we
but it
know where
doesn't
their treasure room is.
You know, you can make us invisible, and we teleport in there. We go get our shit. We find it. I think it might be in the floating. Where was the gym that makes the castle float?
No. It's probably not in there, but we know where their treasure room is.
You walk through their treasure room.
We walked through their treasure room on the way to say hi. So, I mean, I invisible us, we teleport in, we rob them blind. I do have a bag of holding that we can just go scoop, scoop, scoop.
Oh, I like this plan.
I mean, we don't even need to. We don't even need to get your actual stuff back. We can just go in there, rob them, and you can teleport us to one of the teleportation circles somewhere else.
That is true. Well, actually, I can't because we've only rested a short rest. So it's all you, bud. It's all your spells. I have nothing left.
I have 2 spells.
Well, one for invisibility, and
then one for fly to get us away.
Yeah, we can fly away to the. Ooh, Barial, do you have a animal messenger that you can send off once we teleport in to go find the airship?
Yes, but it's only second. I haven't used this in a bit.
I don't believe
how.
so.
I'm sure the familiars can help find the airship too. They're pretty quick, and we can send them out as soon as we get there.
I think it's only good for 24 hours or something, but it maybe be less. Hold on.
Okay. So,
and just to remind, like that room that you're calling the treasure room was, you walk through that, and soon after that, you were out on this lawn, and that's where the attack happened.
Yes, I know. I mean,
Yeah, I could definitely.
we get there, and it's like, this is so god. So the plan right now, I invisible us. We teleport into the arch room, treasure room. We start robbing them blind, throwing everything into the bag of holding. We send our familiars, as we arrive, we send the familiars to go and let the ship know that we're back and we'll be coming soon. Stay ready. And then we fly out the window when we're done robbing them blind. Or when we're caught, and this is just a case of okay, run, fly on everyone.
Sounds good. Let's go to the treasure room, fill the bag up. I still think we should look around for Lore's items as well.
If we see
as
them,
long
yes,
as the invisibility
but
spells.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, look, if we can't find them and we get enough loot, get me some new items. That works out just as fine.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just reading about that teleportation room just to remind myself, like just south of the court here.
Yeah.
He can use it to send messages. I believe I'm just checking something. Yes, and teleport you essentially anywhere that either Uthor is aware of or you guys are aware of. It's pretty strong magic here that, again, you...
Yep.
There's There's no risk because the whole reason of that room is to send the giant lords back after they're done with the court, or obviously the storm
attack
giants
someone.
to go somewhere.
Okay.
This sounds great.
This is insane, but let's do it.
Ooh, idea. Dude, I don't want to overcomplicate this. I'm just throwing it out there. What if we have the Regent Uthor send a message to bring them back? We're invisible. He takes them in the other room. We go.
He needs absolute deniability for politics.
Okay. All right, let's go. I like the plan. The plan is good as it is. Let's go.
Okay, so your idea is to teleport into what you're calling the treasure room.
Yep. It did have a bunch of treasures in it, yes?
Yeah, you detected some magical crap sitting around there. Like, I don't mean actually detected magic, but as you're walking through, you could just tell that there's some magical stuff kicking around there. This is the one with the dragon held up from the ceiling above and stuff like that.
Well,
yeah. But yeah, there was crap there that you thought was worthwhile.
okay. So,
We
step
saved
one.
the dragon, right?
Huh? It was dead.
The dragon
it
that
was
was
a taxidermied dragon.
Oh, it was already dead.
It was taxidermied.
Yeah, in that room.
Oh, now I'm sad again. All right, sorry.
So you're going to teleport into a room where there's a stuffed dragon hung the ceiling above you. There you go, Ventus.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's happening?
So, invisibility casts a 5th
Yar.
level spell. I believe that's enough to get all of us.
Okay. And when I
Off
move...
go the familiars.
We teleport. Bloomp.
Okay. And when... I'm not too sure if I can believe you guys are doing this either.
Hold on. So before we go, should you not like scry to make sure that?
Nope.
You know,
Look, I have 2 spells precisely, and this plan involves us being first invisible and then flown. I cannot spare a spell.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I may be able to wing the flight part, but I might not. So yeah, I can't count on that.
All right.
Actually, to be honest, looking at the fly spell itself, I can get 3 of us with fly. Brile, you're going to have to beast form yourself.
Or I can maybe summon fairies and fly us all, and then you get to.
Yeah, and if we get the wrong fairies... Besides, how many spells do you have after that fight? We didn't get our spells back. I got them back because I only...
I know. I think I have. I'll look.
I have 0.
Yeah, you fired everything.
I have 1. I can still try one more time for fairies.
Okay.
And you can
I'm
de-shape after if it doesn't work, though?
I can what?
How about this? The fairies are the backup if everything goes to hell, because some of them may cause chaos. You, on the other hand, can fly yourself, and I can fly everyone else. That's how we get back to the airship and leave. We've already discussed all of this. Invisibility's been cast. We're in the meditation chamber. In a blink of an eye, we are doing something incredibly foolish. But, Brett, how do you want to...
Oh, it just means the game might end early today, and I get to play. I get to hang out with my family. But yeah, go for it. What the hell?
If this game ends early, then we just re-roll and move on to the one shot, or we start preparing for Vorpal's run through Curse of Strahd, where we will again die.
Gotcha.
A lot.
Gotcha.
What would be great is if you killed them, Brett, and then I killed them immediately. That would be fun.
That would be awesome.
TPK to TPK.
Exactly.
All right, I'm just kidding. Let's go.
Okay.
I can't believe we're doing this.
And I tell me if I'm killing the buzz. Does anybody need a break before we jump into this, or are we just going to jump right into this?
No, let's go. Let's go.
All right.
Let's have our 5-minute break after we resolve the
Gotcha.
the the startling conclusion of the assault on Cloud Castle.
And would you remind me again, what time are you heading out?
In about an hour, I think.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. So you've got your plan. They lead you to the teleportation or the meditation chamber to the south and east here. We won't worry about actually moving tokens. Laura, specifically, as you head that way, you see all kinds of crates and stuff, and certainly things of note down this way. And one of the things you notice is the Giant Slayer weapon laying up against one of these crates down here.
I take it.
Uthor and his guards probably won't allow you to start moving in that direction.
Who's closest to me, Brow or Krev?
Probably me.
What the hell's on your mind?
He's probably holding your hand. What are you talking about?
Okay, so it's Ufar and what, 2 guards or what? Tell me the lineup here. What's the formation looking like?
Well, you've got Uthor and 2 guards directing you to the meditation chamber where you're going to teleport from.
Don't complicate it now.
You've got 4 giant lords back in the throne room, kind of watching you leave, as well as 2 hill giants.
Let it go.
Sorry I even mentioned it, but keep going.
Let it go.
I don't know if I can let it go. It's too much.
I
need that sword. I love that sword.
All right. Krev sees Lore spot the sword. Notices his gaze kind of fix on it. At this point, it's like Krev kind of just... He doesn't actually facepalm, but his eyes close and his head bows a little bit as though, oh god. He grabs you by the back of the head, turns your face towards him, and he just kisses you full on to distract you for a moment as he's trying to further move you towards the meditation chamber.
Grabbing popcorn.
Man, I'm see, I don't know what Law would do now. You've got me confused me.
I'm sorry I caused so much strife within the party by mentioning that's where the freaking Giant Slayer weapon is.
So yeah, okay. I pull my lips off Krev. I look him straight in the eyes, and I just say,
"We'll get it later.
I'm coming back for this sword." And I kiss him again, and then we keep walking.
in the walking in the direction of the meditation chamber, I take it.
Yeah.
Okay. Holy mackerel. All right. When I teleport you to the Cloud Giant thingamabobby, I think I have removed your tokens from other areas. But obviously, if you end up
if we see ourselves
areas,
in multiple places, we'll delete from the other areas.
Yeah, just let me know. So you go invisible the moment before you teleport. Is that what I get?
That's the idea.
And you're teleporting into the quote unquote
treasure room.
Treasure room. Okay.
Or the art room, the art gallery, however you want to phrase it.
All right. A little bit of theater of the mind just before I teleport you there. So you feel yourself stretched thin, sent over time, and you arrive a little bit discombobulated in this room, the treasure room. And as you kind of get your wits about you and recognize that you're actually in the room that you were going to arrive to, there's a few windows in this room, if you remember. And out those windows are is the lawn that it feels like months ago, but only maybe a few days ago, maybe even less than that you
less than a day.
Yeah, that you left from there. And there's a few things that through these windows that you kind of kept some glimpses of. You see those chess pieces that were out there, but now scattered all over that lawn. You also see a the broken body of Sansiri's brother not sitting, but is also on that lawn. As you arrive,
I'm thinking the dragon was a little pissed.
here,
Okay. Step one.
and you are invisible.
Yep. Step one. I start just going over to shelves and things. I open up the bag of holding, and things just start kind of sliding on the shelves invisibly and falling and disappearing as they go into the bag of holding. Brett, I'll just let you figure out what I steal. I'm not being particularly choosy.
We're taking everything. As much as we can fit in that bag of holding.
If I can put it in the bag, it's just. At this point, I'm just.
It's one of those scenes where
I'm
he has
thinking
to
back to my childhood, and I'm smiling, going, "I haven't done this in years."
So it's one of those things where he has the bag in one hand and just one out on the shelf and just all the way off the shelf into the bag straight away.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, so as you're doing that, and I'll describe some of the things that you are laying eyes on and putting in there. I'm imagining, other than Brio, who attempted to do some stealth, is not being incredibly stealthy while you're doing this, and that there is clanging and banging as stuff goes into this bag.
Well, I don't see why there would be a bang, because I mean the inside of the bag is another dimension. Sound's not going to leave, so everything just kind of goes into the bag. I do send Jareg out the window to kind of look around and to see if he can spot the airship. And something
Brio will also be like
scratches me in the
watching.
back of my mind. It's like, didn't we leave a dragon here as well?
Okay, so as all of this is happening, and Jareg and Minnie Penny head out, and it looks like Ventus headed for the dead body of the giant brother. Jareg, Ventus, and Minnie Penny also sees outside of the garden area, or the what do you call those things? Fruit glass house thingy thing.
What, the conservatory?
Yes, thank you. Right over here. Yep. A bunch of shrubs that have also been charred and laying on the ground there. Ventus is checking out the corpse of the brother, who also looks quite well charred and a little bit mauled. And I don't think you'll find his morning star on him, giant-sized morning star, but you don't find anything else, Ventus. And as you are doing that, and as everybody else is chucking stuff into bags of holding, Ventus, you're still out on the green lands when you hear flapping of wings, and you see a familiar face who is obviously has been doing some circles of the castle, and sees you and comes flying straight into the garden area.
Sees
And
him.
what's that? Oh, actually, yeah. That's sorry. Doesn't see him. He's invisible. Sorry.
He has blind sight, though.
Oh, thank you very much. What I'm getting at is that he heard some ruckusing going on in the treasure room, because even though your bag of holding sound doesn't escape from it, there is going to be sound as you grab stuff off the shelves.
Yep.
And as he gets close enough, I believe he has blind sight. Yes, he does. Yeah. As he gets close enough, heading towards the sound, and sees the invisible Ventus there checking out the body of the cloud giant, he comes in for an incredibly
Wasn't it a she?
I'm sorry, thank you. She comes in for an incredibly non-graceful landing. Kind of trips over the battlements as she comes in. But you've come across this with her a few times, that she doesn't seem to be the most graceful of dragons out there. And looks at you with a big smile and says, "You're back." To Ventus, particularly.
Ventus? Orville? You may need to disconnect and reconnect. We can't hear you.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There you are.
There we go.
I run over to her and I'm like, "You have no idea what just happened. It's insane." And then I start whispering to her all of the details of what transpired in the regent's court.
And she stops you short and says, "Sounds like a great story. Not a lot of time right now." She's holed up in the top of the castle.
Ooh.
You want to kill more of them?
And she's able to quickly fill you in that after you left, she took short work of the chess pieces. These shrubs came out of the conservatory. She took short work of them, and she just kind of hung around waiting for you guys. And about, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour ago, these guys showed up, and she took short work of the brother while Sinceri sequestered her kids and ran off.
Excellent.
That's great.
After I'm finished basically ransacking the art room, and I don't know if you, like I said, Brett, to make things easier, I'll just let you figure out what it is I stole. I was being pretty haphazard about it.
Yeah, you stole 7,500 gold pieces worth of art stuff.
Okay, I'm just going to write that down as giant loot, 7,500 gold pieces.
You also, while this is all going on outside and you're just ransacking this place, you see an exquisitely crafted harp, human size, one of the handful of human size things there, that looks pretty shiny, and you probably figure that you might want to grab that one too.
Okay, so there's a shiny harp and 7,500 gold pieces worth of goods.
And Bob, that's not all.
Do you
Yep.
before the dragon came, I know obviously like we sent Dragon many people off just to have a look around.
Yep.
But the first thing I would have said to like either Krev or Vorpal is, hey, see if my items are still where Sensori left them as we were teleported. Because if she came back and everything with the dragon happened, like the chances are she might have just left them there and they might still be there. So if they're still there, I'd love to grab them.
Okay, so if I got this right, you guys appear. Krev's ransacking the place. Ventus runs out to check out the giant brother, and you also run out to try to find your stuff.
No. What I'm saying is like, hey, have mini drag just kind of fly by the area and see if if my items are still where they were when Sinceri left them.
Gotcha.
Which is basically what's right here.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing there.
Fuck. Okay. And we don't find any of them in this room, right?
Your stuff, no.
Okay.
I'm going to ask Felgalos if she knows what happened to the items.
Apparently,
before
Okay,
all
go
this,
ahead,
I
Craig.
just want Brett to finish his list.
Yeah. Apparently, your stuff
thing at a
isn't
time.
valuable enough to be known as a treasure, so they don't keep it in the treasure room lore.
You can hear the knife twisting.
I'm digging at you.
Yeah, I'm just,
As all this is going on, the other thing that you also notice beside this shiny harp, and just remind me later that you've got that harp.
Oh no, I've got giant loot, shiny harp,
Yep. And there is also on the bolted to the door is a banner, and again you're getting the vibe from this thing, and this banner has a, if you look at the markings on your screen, it's the one in the bottom right hand corner. It looks like a W with a kind of a P beside it.
Okay.
That's on that banner, which you saw before. It's mounted like 15, 20 feet above the floor, and it's 9 feet long. But with a little bit of time and effort, you again know your connection with the arcane and just magical things just seem to give you this feeling of that's different. You probably want to grab that too.
Okay, so we have a magic banner, a shiny harp, and 7,500 gold pieces worth of generalized loot.
You got it.
How long is
Okay.
this taking?
How long is all this taking?
Not that long.
Probably 5-ish minutes.
Yeah,
You know?
because I need 10 minutes to do the detect magic.
That's fine. We're good. If it wasn't for the fact that I was concentrating... Actually, detect magic a concentration spell?
I don't think so.
We'll find out in a second. In the SRD here, detect magic is... Yes, a concentration spell.
And I'm not casting it because I want to remain invisible. I want us to remain invisible, I should say. So now that we're done with this, and we go outside, and I give Felgalos a hug as much as is possible, given the size difference. Probably more. I'm just kind of hugging her foreleg. And Jireg kind of gives her a nuzzle because he met her in the worst conditions, and is happy to see her. I'm sure Ventus fills me in. And it's like, okay, let's finish this. This worked out way better than I thought it would.
Okay. And by finish this, I guess we're talking about Sinceri.
Yeah.
And Fegalos
We're going to
says...
finish this. We need to make sure it looks like a dragon kill or something, though. So it's not like, we came back, because we're going to be the first suspects.
There's not going to be any investigation.
Well,
She's got too many enemies.
I know, but you never know. Someone's going to miss her.
Tell
So
you what,
I say as much as we can divorce ourselves from looking responsible, we should think about that.
we'll douse her and set her on fire.
Look at that.
And while you're having
I
this
think I have a flask of fire.
while you're having this conversation, Fegalos says, "Oh, give me a moment," and he flies off and kind of dive bombs over the edge of the castle, and again, partly trips on the battlement as he goes. And he says, he says, you can head up there. I'll fly you up there. But he's off.
She.
Damn it. Not every dragon is a guy. She.
Actually, I think two of the dragons figuring most in our lives right now are both female. Imareth and this good lady.
Yes.
Don't forget about Clough.
Quel'th is male.
Male.
What about that first
Respect the
dragon?
Clough.
The green one or whatever. That sent us on our way.
Knucklebones? Yeah.
Yeah.
She's Gnawbone. Gnawbone.
Yeah,
That was
Norman.
it.
Old Norman.
She was also female.
Female.
And she was a giant impetus to this whole thing. So
Yeah. The fire giant Duchess that is going to go attack Imareth with you is female.
No, we have... Faerun is, oddly, a relatively equal world.
Yeah.
Shame it's a fantasy.
Exactly. I actually read an article a little while ago about the art in the 5th edition, and that there seems either Wizard of the Coast actually officially mentioned this, or that people are just noticing that there was a lot less of female sexualized art in terms of like the succubus from like the Monster Manual version 1 or version 2, and actually more male. You would tend to see more males with like shirts off and that kind of stuff, and yeah, exactly. You got to get that Monster Manual, buddy. And so it almost seemed like it was their attempt to shift things and say, look, we've done enough of that in the past, and we recognize that
let's have women who look badass and are full of agency, and
Exactly.
let's have guys that aren't just all, smashy look sort of things that
Yep.
might have a little
That's
bit of depth to them.
that's gonna piss off all the Gamergate boys.
Well, they can all go to hell.
Pretty much.
So while Fegalos flies off, what do you guys do? Hang around, wait for her, head up to. So what she's indicating is that tall castle that you guys had fought outside of, and Krev had went inside of and saw all those
Yeah,
masks, but never went up further.
I'm going to steal some of those masks on the way up, by the way.
Okay. Are you headed there now, or waiting for your
Well,
dragon
I
friend?
think that... Waiting for who?
waiting for your dragon friend who dive bombed off the edge of the castle.
Well, I think we should wait for the dragon to help us in the assault.
Mm-hmm.
But she's not going to be able to fit. I mean, it was a tower.
Yes.
But maybe she can smash a window and breathe through the window. I don't know.
She can breathe through the door. We can just open it up and let her breathe in there, and then we can just run in like a strike team. Going to assassinate. Let's go.
There is one thing that I'm actually kind of worried about. It's probably gonna happen anyway, but you know, I think we might be about to not just kill a giantess. I think we're about to kill her kids. Because they're gonna be with her.
It's an eye for an eye.
You know what?
If it helps, you can stand back and just let me and Bro do it. You don't have to see this. You don't have to see this violence.
I was gonna say it'll be the two of us. I'll be no problem in there.
To be perfectly honest, there's a bit of a war going on inside of Krev right now. You don't know what's there, but I'm trying to work out how he's going to resolve this because, how to put it, Krev has done some very bad things in his time, and he has enjoyed them immensely. And over the last, how long has it been game-wise? Like, how much game time has Krev spent with you guys?
Well, you were there towards the end of
Nightstone.
But did you start with us in Storm Kings or start with us in Lost Mines?
Storm Kings.
Storm Kings, yes. So in game time, it has to have been a few weeks, obviously, maybe even a month.
Okay, then over the past month, his outlook on life has been changing, and there's aspects of him that he doesn't like anymore, and he's trying to he's fighting with that right now. But he might see a side of him you don't like. Anyway,
I think I might like it. To be honest with you.
Ventus will definitely chime in and say, "Let's kill the Countess, but please, don't kill the children. They're innocent in this."
Anyway, we
Okay,
have a
just
count.
leave- and-
We have a countess to attend to.
And while you're having this discussion, Figalas returns and she's flies back over, and almost crashes on her head as she comes in for a landing. And as she does, you notice, and whether it's just her natural ungracefulness or whether it's because she has a few things in her claws, but she arrives with a not as shiny looking previously, but still kind of shiny looking javelin of lightning.
Oh my!
A +2 breastplate and a +1 rapier. And she says,
And a cloak of protection.
no, because Sinceri did not have those on the lawn when you guys were chit chatting. And she says, I caught this, and she points to the javelin. She says, I caught this when it was thrown over the side of the castle, and when I saw you guys disappear, I found these other two things. I figured you might want them back.
Thank you, Felglas.
I give her another hug. It's like
Ventus is
you
beaming.
are the best dragon and a half orc could ever meet.
And she just says, "Ah." And you get the sense from this dragon that she's a little bit different than other dragons in that she doesn't seem to be overly concerned about hoarding and stuff like that, or she wouldn't be handing the stuff back.
She's unique, which is probably why she was captured in the first place.
As soon as we get the items, I'm going to start helping my buddy into his armor and stuff.
Okay, and that takes you about another 5 minutes or so, and
Yep.
and so Fegla says, "What do we do now?"
We murder Sinceri.
All right.
Look, we can
But
debate. We can debate what happens to the kid.
No,
We
no.
can debate.
That's fine. There's two ways to look at this. We can kill her for what she did to your brother, or we can let her live with the fact that her brother is now dead. An eye for an eye. Whatever you decide, Lore, I will support it.
I mean, there's still a few items missing, and I point to my back where my cape should be. So
She needs to die.
I don't particularly care what happens to her or her kids. I want my stuff back, and then we can leave.
And Bryle's like shaking his head. No, she needs to die.
Did you get your ring, by the way, sir?
Did he ever lose it? Oh yeah, he must have lost his ring.
What ring was
One
that?
of the things that I put in the bag, was it?
What ring was that?
Whose ring are we talking about?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? What ring?
Isn't it a ring of protection?
It was
No,
Whose
no,
ring
no.
of protection?
It's a cloak. Yeah.
Anyway,
Just want to check to see if you guys can hear me.
Yeah. I
we
can.
can.
Okay,
we can
perfect.
very much.
All right.
I have a ring of protection. He doesn't.
No, three
Laura
of
and I
us-
opted for cloaks.
Yeah. I think Ventus got cloak as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the plan?
The plan is apparently, like I said, I support anything Lore said. Lore said we're still going to go and kill Sansuri, so we're about to go and take on the Countess.
Okay. Then Fegalas happily. Why can't I get all
Oh
you guys?
yeah.
There you go.
Back up to 20 AC as it should be.
That's the stuff. Happily
Okay.
flies you up to here where you see death and destruction from a few days ago, cloud giant bodies and all that kind of good stuff. That door is, I believe, was ripped partly off of its hinges.
Oh yeah, that door is kind of not there.
Yeah.
Okay, I go in, mask, bag, all the way up.
Give me a second there
Because
because that.
I'm like getting a witty right now.
Oh my! Oh my! These masks are looking very pretty.
Yeah, I imagine they're quite expensive and quite powerful,
You don't get the sense of
or at least they're very, very expensive.
this is what you see. You don't necessarily get the sense that they are magical or anything like that. They're not shiny in that way, but they are certainly shiny in the fact that they are very unique and well done. And they're set on shelves 10, 15, and 20 feet above the floor. So, you know, whether you get them now or whether if all works out in your favor here, which it seems to be heading that way, that if you can multiply 250 gold pieces by 50, that's how much money you got.
Okay, I will write that down. I will check with you towards the end of this to find out whether or not I get to keep it, but I'll have it down there just in case we all forget.
Forget what?
How much moolah you...
You were saying there were 50 of them?
50.
Okay, I want one of these masks as well, and so you don't know, like you guys don't know this about me, but I actually like in real life, I've like a bit of a mask fetish. Like I love masks, like porcelain masks. Like if there's ever a villain or character like with a porcelain mask, that automatically becomes like my favorite because I love it so much, and I actually have a collection of a few
may be
masks.
Too young to know the television series, but did you ever watch something called Reboot?
Yeah, I've watched Reboot. Yeah.
Yeah, the Hexadecimal must have been your favorite in a hot second.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because of that, but so there was one character growing up who played a game called Fable. I don't know if you ever know that.
I've heard of it, not played it.
It's
So-
wonderful.
So there's a character in the first game called Jacob Blaze, the main villain, and he's probably my favorite villain in almost any game or media series because, like, he's the perfect villain for me where he wears like a hood and a mask and his voice was like just really deep and he was just that kind of like he wasn't big or imposing, he was just like slim and like he's the kind of villain who would sooner like murder your whole family and like literally cut your sister's eyes out and then leave her like dead in the woods or like to die in the woods rather, and burn your entire village down. Like he was like so methodical and just so evil and like I'll show you a picture of him, but sorry for the distraction.
That's all right.
It's all good.
So I imagine you're heading up the stairs.
Yes, we are.
Now, what do you want? What do you want Dragon Buddy to do while all this is going on?
You know what? Come up. It
Find the
looks
ship.
like,
Find the ship.
No. It looks like this is a big area. Come up behind us.
Yeah, Dragon Buddy is huge, and the
But
giants.
this area is like enormous.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to indicate is that the Countess is also huge.
She fits.
So there you go.
That is
Awesome.
creepy.
I can be huge if I need to be.
You head up the stairs, and this. Sorry, you're now in a different area. I'm moving you around. Actually, Ventus,
Yeah,
when
I don't see anything. No, I don't see her. I see
No.
a room.
Yeah.
But I don't see where the stairs continue to go up.
They do right over here. They go, or maybe they.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I think it might be here. So they go up and down. Ventus, just Vorpal, just as a quick sideline, we were talking about how Roll20 works and the maps and stuff like that, and that sometimes like the maps will have different rooms to indicate different places in the building that you're in or whatever. And this is an example of this. So so where you were was below stairs, and now where you are is upstairs. And obviously they don't have that map overlay on top of it, or it would get too squishy. So they've just moved you off to another area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect.
We're talking about that with Chris Estrad. So you head up there here. This is obviously some sort of study of some sort, and you are definitely hearing some noise up above, and you hear a familiar voice call down and say, "My children are with me. What do you need?"
I shout up and say, "Come down. Leave your kids up there. Bring any remaining items of mine you have. Hand them over, and we might consider to spare your life. If you don't, then I will come up there, murder you, your children, and burn this castle to the ground."
And she says, "I will come down, but I will come with my children. They mean everything to me, and I will not part from them."
Very well.
And you guys can. So these are the stairs that you're coming up, I guess. Yes, they are. So you guys can place yourself wherever, but the top of the stairs are here. With her two children. Coming behind her.
Can I telepathically speak to her?
If you wish.
I want to say to her, if you bring your children, and this goes, unfavorably for you, you're condemning them to die. Is that really what you want? Oops, sorry.
And she can telepathically speak back, I think we determined, right?
Yeah, we decided we
Yeah. And she again repeats.
And let me repeat. And let me say one more thing. If you really love your children, do you want them to see you die?
And she repeats, my children are my everything, and I will, and they are coming with me. And she appears at the top of the stairs with her kids behind her.
Okay.
So I hold out my hand like to kind of signal for the rest of the guys to just kind of hold fire, and then I slowly just walk towards her. Not weapons she being imposing or intimidating. I'm just walking up, and I'm going to get as close as I can, and then I'm just going to say, "My items, please."
And she indicates in the castle where they are. One of the lower levels. I think near the room with the hole in the in the floor where the Arakoroa were standing around, and Jureg had kind of poked his head up through.
Mm-hmm.
So you now know where they are.
Okay. I'll ask, like, I don't know if, because it's just a cloak, right? I'll just say, hey, like Ventus or maybe Krev, can you just send Mini Penny or Jureg to just kind of pick up in their talons and fly it back here? I don't want to leave her out of her, like I don't want to let her out of her sight just yet, in case it's a trap.
So you want them to fly to that room to confirm that the stuff is there, essentially.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's just a cloak I'm missing. So if it's just a cloak, I'm fairly certain they can just grab it in their talons and bring it back to me. If it is indeed there, and if it's not there, then I'm gonna have some more questions for her.
Okay.
Look, I'll go get it.
Who will go get it?
Krev.
Krev? Okay.
Jarek.
It's if it's a cloak. Cloaks are fairly heavy, and Dreg has, how much is his strength? It's like 3 or something? 6. I don't think he'd be able to carry it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, he's a tiny creature. So I will go get it.
And you're dealing with a giant cloud castle with giant-sized doors. So if he has to deal with a door, well, I guess he can. We already dealt with that. He can.
He can sneak underneath them.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
So I'll go fetch it.
Okay. And there's got to be other stuff there though. Like she took everything, like your money and the whole. Like you had everything, but you only had your underwear with you.
Yeah, I mean, but the dragon gave me my armor and my +1 rapier, right?
He gave
Yeah.
So you have your breast.
And we got him a decent set of clothes when we were in town. So.
I guess the only other thing I'm missing is the quiver of, I can't remember how you pronounce it. Is it Elon?
Yeah, I can't remember either. But she took everything from you, and you now I know you went and bought some stuff, but you have your breastplate back and your +1 rapier back, but everything else that you had when you were captured is presumably in that room.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Krev goes off, and it takes some time because this is a cloud giant castle, and stairs are difficult terrain and things like that. And you guys wouldn't know this, but Krev, you come to that room. You recognize this as the room down the hall from where the griffins were and the dragon was kept and stuff like that. And you run up to, once again, one of these giant-sized doors, and it takes you a few tries to get that bloody thing open, and your buddies are waiting up there, and so you lean into this thing, and it takes you a few...
Decently strong.
Well, okay, you can either roll for it, or... Well, no, don't even roll for it. It maybe takes you 1 or 2 tries, and then you get that bloody door open, and sure enough, you see all of Lore's stuff sitting there, his belt with his belt pouch with the money in it, the quiver, the cloak, just sitting on a table there, and there's probably some others.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me.
I actually forgot about my gold. I was like, oh yeah, gold.
Yeah, exactly. There's money. Stone table, wooden cabinets. Oh, and you also see a hanging from a stone hook mounted like 20 feet up above the floor is a 2-foot long iron key that looks like it weighs quite a bit. And yeah, I think that's about all. Yeah, that's about all that you're going to see here, other than his stuff.
Okay. So at this point, I think that we've let the invisibility drop because obviously we're interacting directly with her. I use my arcane eyesight ability to cast detect magic. Is anything in here other than lore stuff, which is his? Mm-hmm. Anything just kind of sparkling?
No, nothing's really sparkling, but you do get a sense of magical residue that this room would typically hold, or that there would be constantly magic items come in here, maybe for sorting or checking out before it's displayed or taken up to the treasure room or whatever it may be.
Okay, that's fine. I'll nick the iron key just for the sheer smeg of it, and of course collect Lore's stuff, bundle it up in the cloak, and then head back upstairs.
Okay. I know you got the bag of holding. That iron key is quite heavy, 25 pounds. And 2 feet long, so it's basically the length of your leg. Well, a bit shorter than that. And as you head back, and I've got to get this in, you recognize that this is the door that when you first came into the castle to try to find Laura's stuff after you came into the aviary where the griffin cages are, and you headed down this hallway, you guys actually walked right past
Right
this door.
by this room.
I was like, damn it, they're
my
they're
goodness.
landing the closest they could to Laura's
We
stuff.
sail straight by it.
But interestingly enough, too, when you got into the fight with some of the cloud giants, they cast magical fog that ended up obscuring
Concealing the room.
this area. And so when you walked by, I was able to not describe that you're walking by a door because the fog, you couldn't see through the fog. So it worked perfectly.
That's so funny. That is
Yeah.
just like perfect. Like
Oh,
perfectly describes our group.
I'm sitting there going, it's the third door they're walking by, and you guys were going in every other door too, and it's like, but you can't see the door. Sorry. Oh my!
All right.
So-
All right. So I come back.
And Laura,
Behold,
you see
I-
Krev with all this stuff.
And I give it back to you. I help put the cloak back on your shoulders, and basically I say into your ear, "Can we go?"
And Sinceri says, you have now received your stuff. I would I would wish you goodbye at this point. Please leave my castle and never return."
We've had vengeance. Her brother's dead. You've got your stuff.
Boral steps forward and says, "Apologize."
Oh,
You're saying that to
And he's-
Sinceri?
Yeah, he's thinking to himself, humiliation will suffice here instead of killing her in front of her kids. So he insists that she apologize, and he stands his ground, looking at her very intently.
And she looks at you, and if looks could kill, you would be dead 10 times over. And she looks
That's
at her.
fine.
She looks at her children, and she looks back at Lore. And I really want to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry our paths ever crossed. She says, "I understand that I have created some inconvenience for you and your family. And for that, I apologize."
And all dramatically, he grabs the edge of his cloak and like swirls around and starts to like walk away. And he's like, "Let's go!" And he just like turns his back to her and just walks away.
Hey man, don't roleplay for my character. Come on.
no, I think that's what
I
Bryle's
think that's
doing.
what Browell's doing.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that's what I was doing. I was like, what?
I'm just kind of, I'm looking at, like, I'm looking at Lore, kind of hopefully expectantly and just waiting for your next move.
Telepathically, I say to Laura as I'm walking, I say, "This is better than death. Come."
Yeah, I don't just say like, I just look at her, and I just like, as obviously like crap out, put myself on. I just kind of sigh a little bit and just just turn my back on her and just start walking downstairs. Like, I don't say anything. I just start to leave.
I go with Lore.
Okay, and you've got this big dragon in your way, so Vegalos turns around to start to try to head back down too, and she doesn't have all the room in the world. And as she does this, she trips on something and actually kind of goes rolling down to the bottom of the stairs, which thankfully kind of opens up some space for you guys to make some room, and she kind of gathers herself up a little bit sheepishly. And Sensuri follows at a distance down the stairs to see you out, to ensure that you're going.
Okay. We leave.
So, do we need to cast spells, or am I going to just turn into like a bird and I can
I
carry
think we're
somebody?
just
And
kind of dragging it away.
and yeah, that's what I figured. I'll turn into a bird, so I'll take the old man on my back, and you two lovebirds can go on the back of the dragon.
Okay. As you leave, or as you get to the bottom of the stairs and heading out the door, and Sensuri gets to the top of the stairs, she looks around at the Hall of Masks and realizes that they have all been taken, and she just
Howls.
Run! Run!
she
Let's
she
go!
she she looks at her kids again, but you can just see the sight on her face, and it may be that if this is the last time you see Sensuri, that may not be a bad thing for you guys.
Yep, nope. We're never coming back here.
Yep. We hurry away.
Yeah, we I think we've got a lot of vengeance happened.
So, just a question, bro. When we look, because I really want this, because I think it'd make me look cool. But do any of these masks are any of them magical? Like, would you think they could shrink down to like elven size or human size?
No, none of
Look
them.
really cool.
None of them are magical. They don't give off any sort of arcane feel to them, and they obviously would be giant size in terms of to cover the giant face.
That's a shame.
Yeah, different emotions, different things along those lines. I'm just trying to.
I want one of these masks so bad.
Well, Krev has them all in his
Look, I
bag.
took 50 of them.
No, I wanted like one size for me. The one she was wearing before. Like it changes like expressions, like from like anger, like all that kind of stuff. I want one of those, so when I wear it, like my expressions change. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that one she is one that she has herself. So there's probably only one way you're gonna get that.
No. I kind of feel bad that I've stolen these now, but oh well.
Okay, don't feel bad. She stole my stuff.
No, this is revenge.
Okay, and you fly off with the dragon.
Yep.
And just before we take our break, where are you headed to?
I guess to tell the airship to head for the outskirts of Silvery Moon, but to be honest, I kind of I lean into Lore and I say, I think you may need to tell your dad what's happened to your brother. Now that we know.
Yeah. That's not going to be easy.
It's his son.
I think we should go back to Silverman and rest anyway, because
Mm-hmm.
we've not had a rest for a while, and you guys need your spells back. Yeah, I think the next order of business and report to my father what happened.
Okay, so you're headed off to Silvery Moon.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Actually, before I don't know if you mind me.
We have
Me
like
breaking-
lots and lots of gold's worth of stuff that we need to sell.
Yeah. So I don't know if you mind me retconning this a bit, Brett, or not.
What's that?
But I would have liked to just ask Sensory if she knows where his body was, like my brother's body, or is it just like if she actually did just throw him off the edge and she's like, yeah, it's down there somewhere, whatever.
Yeah,
I want to know. I'm just curious, I guess.
Yeah, her answer would be essentially along the lines of scattered to the winds. Down there somewhere.
I kind of want to kill her kids after that comment, but yeah.
Should
No,
we go?
it's fine.
Should we go back in the? Should we go back in the tower?
It's okay.
I don't think we want to do that. Part of Krev really wants to, but he's. Let's just say that a better part of Krev won the war.
Lore.
We had Silverman, I think.
Alrighty. Why don't we? Should we take a break there, and then we'll pick it up at Silvery Moon? Though unfortunately, either we'll pick it up at Silvery Moon with the rest of the session, or we'll do something else because Witchy, I believe, is going to be leaving us in 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm gonna try to stay on the phone for a bit, So I may or may, depending on how the service is, I may pop in and out. But also in Silvery Moon, I could be doing my own thing as well.
Okay.
Remember, I had some people that were looking into my familial stuff, and I was going to follow up with that, and I might need a little bit of a break from these guys anyway, because I'm probably feeling a lot of really conflicted stuff right now.
Mm-hmm.
He is feeling some conflicted stuff because he fully went in there expecting to kill her and her kids, whatever, and then when confronted with it, it totally changed. So he's got some soul searching to do
We're
anyway.
not actually evil people.
No, but he doesn't necessarily see that as evil, but then in the moment he did, and so he had some conflict, and so it kind of he needs some space for kind of
That's fine.
reconciling all that.
To be fair, this is the first time Krev has had a chance to catch his breath really since Lore was captured. So he's keen to spend some time.
Exactly. So I think this is good. I mean, even if I'm not there, you guys can still go because it would make sense that I would. I probably won't even go in. Well, I'll go into Silver Moon at first, maybe, and then or maybe I'll come later. We'll see. Like once we get to the edge of the town, I'll be kind of like just leaving them, and then so they don't need to know where I am.
Okay, sounds good.
And I'll reconnect them when I can.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. So let's take a break and then we'll pick it back up. This session will probably be more heavier on the role play than combat. I guess it depends on where you guys take it. Anyway, so it allows us to kind of catch up. And well, quite frankly, the last few sessions have been I think probably
Fairly heavy combat.
Yeah, exactly. So it might give us all a rest. But anyways, let's.
Did we get a level, by the way?
Oh well, thank you for mentioning that.
Level in a long rest. I mean, come on, it's magic.
Storm King's Thunder says kind of no because you're already at level 10. DM Brett says yes.
Level 11? Seriously?
I think we took this to the next level. I think this goes beyond just a regular Storm King, for me anyway. I think we really milked a lot of the experience. So
yeah,
I think our group has a unique way of dealing with issues.
Probably
creates a lot more problems.
Given what happened at the Storm King court, not this session but previously, and probably half of that was not written. Yeah, there was some experience to be had there, I would say. So let's
sweet.
Unless you guys feel that levels are just being handed out too easily, I know that you guys are sometimes interested in getting next levels. And quite frankly, Imarith, when and if you get there, I've heard various things about that fight. I've heard the whole spectrum of how challenging and or not challenging that is, and I've got.
Let me guess. It's gone from that was way too easy to it was a TPK.
Pretty much.
Cool. Okay, I'll see you guys in a
But
bit.
that's typically what dragon fights are a lot of the time. I feel like win spectacularly or you die horribly. It's usually one or the other.
I get this is incredible. I get 3 spells now for short rest. 3. I got a 50%
even better,
improvement, and I get a level.
I get another
spell.
I get an extra attack. That's all I'm happy about. That's all I care about. So now I have 3 normal attacks and 1 bonus attack. That's 4 attack per round. And then if I use if someone hastes me, that's 5 per round. That's crazy.
Now, Witchy, did you see my Roll20 whisper some time ago there about your short rest?
He's not on.
Oh, okay. And Seth, did you see my Discord message? Check your Discord messages about our kind of recent chit chat about.
Oh yeah, I saw it before. I forgot to respond to that. Actually,
your effects.
Okay.
Yeah, check that out and just message me back there in terms of how you feel about that and stuff like that. But there is a reason for that kind of stuff to be going on, which I believe will play in. Maybe not right away, but soon. Well, not soon, but it'll play in at some point. Okay, with that, shall we step away, take a quick break, and come back in 5-ish minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
Shortly. Sounds
good. Now that we've got everybody back, I do have to ask, so Seth, how are we doing? How's Seth and how's Seth and the DM relationship now?
The DM relationship. You know what, Brett? Me and you, we've been through some rough times, but I think we're getting to a good place right now. That's what I'm saying. I think we're. See, I was gonna make a joke, but like, think about you being my favorite DM, but you are my only DM, so it doesn't really work out too well.
You're telling the truth.
Hey,
No, it is the truth.
I tell my oldest daughter all the time she's my favorite daughter.
She's also your only daughter.
I tell my oldest son he's my favorite son too. Oh man, it was funny when you guys walked. If we don't mind just side spinning for a second, it was funny when you guys walked by that door, and I realized, oh, they won't see that. And I actually quickly, with dynamic lighting, I actually quickly made a mark over it, so that when you went by it, you wouldn't see it. But anyways, I thought, that like they came for Laura's stuff. It's right there. But I also knew coming back, if you were to come back to the Cloud Giant Castle, at least in this kind of scenario and situation, I didn't want to belabor the point. And I also figured, hey, if Fegalos was kind of hanging around, which hasn't been that long, like a few hours, and Sincerian brother showed up and who had captured her and tortured her, guess what? So there you go. Yay, Fegalos.
Yeah. Surprise! You and at some
No,
point you will have more enemies than friends, and on that day we move.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny because just as we were coming back, like teleporting, I was in the back of my mind. I was like, you know what? Whatever happened to Fegalos? Like, what happened to her? And then obviously as we get there, and you're like, oh yeah, she's just been tearing things up. I was like, oh cool, sweet.
Yeah. Alrighty. So speaking of Fegalos, she is now taking you off to Silvery Moon. So the plan is to go to Silvery Moon, rest, do some stuff there, and then reconnect with the airship or something like that. I think that's kind of the general plan.
I thought we were going to basically fly by the airship and essentially have Jureg hop over and tell Laz, look, we're going to Silvery Moon, park somewhere nearby, and assuming that that Cloth is still okay with us working with you, wait for our signal.
Okay. That's all fine and good, except for you don't find the airship right away.
If the airship's gone, that's fine. We'll just head straight for Silver Moon. If it's not visible, we're not going to worry about it.
Fegalos does one kind of loop around the castle far enough away that if there's going to be any trebuchets shooting off, she doesn't get hit. And it's nowhere immediately in sight.
That's fine.
Which I think, until you find it back, I think you've lost. Lost a few horses.
Well,
Oh,
I can fly around looking for it too.
Well,
it's kind of a creepy-looking mask, Seth.
Yeah.
It's so cool though. It's so cool. And so my ex-girlfriend, like, she actually got a guy to make this for me. Like, he made it out of, like, I can't remember, but it was like a birthday present or something like that. She got like him to make a replica for me, and I was just like, oh, it's the coolest thing ever.
So that's a mask you actually have. That's a picture.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's mine.
Awesome. It's getting close on to 6:00 in the evening. It will be dark soon, so you can go searching for. And I got this neat little time tracker thingy. It's just a piece of paper that I found online. I'll have to share with especially Vorpal or anybody else that's thinking of DMing. But anyways, so it's going to get dark soon, so you can spend some time attempting to look for it, or you can head to Silvery Moon, or Brile can look for it while you guys head to Silvery Moon.
Looking for what?
The airship.
Okay. Can we just have like Brile or someone just send like a telepathic message to the crew and just be like, look, where are you guys?
No, that's way out of my range. But that being said, I can do a ritual to ask creatures if they've seen it and head that direction and fly around looking, and then I can do the same thing and rinse and repeat. I'm sure I'll find it.
Okay. Is that something you want to take time to do now, or is that something that as you're heading to Silvery Moon you'll say to the creatures, hey, check it
because
out?
I'm flying Vorpal.
Yep.
So I'll just follow the dragon, and we'll head over to Silvery Moon. I'll drop Vorpal off, and then I'll just ditch them right away and start doing that. And you can do some rolls or whatever to see how long that takes.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, sounds good. So you guys head to Silvery Moon, which is 80-ish miles away. So, my gosh, actually, I think that's going to take a little time with a dragon. Dragon flies at 80 feet, which is 8 miles an hour. It's, 10 hours to get there. Is that real? Am I doing my math right?
From Lynn Armel to Silvermoon?
Yeah,
How far is that?
it's about 80-ish miles.
Then, yeah, we're in for the long haul. If she needs a rest, we can basically, if we just get out of the Evermoors, we can
Yep.
camp down for the night, and then carry on into Silvermoon the following day.
Yeah, that probably makes
Which probably
sense.
makes the most sense. Let's get somewhere safe.
Well, at the edge of the Evermoors.
I can only fly for 6 hours, so.
Okay. Less than half that distance at the edge of the Evermoors is Ivemorven Hall, which you'll remember is where you where you got the Giant Slayer weapon.
We probably don't want to go there. Where's the Giant Slayer sword? The Storm King's court.
And-
Hey man, we did buy it from him.
It was a port in kind of stormy weather, as you will, where soldiers going up and down from Silvery Moon up along that road would lay off and stuff like that. So you'd probably be welcome to hang out there, or you would go out of your way to Rivermoot, or you would just get to the edge of the Evermoors and camp out. And hope to God that there's not a random encounter.
Okay, then probably Zamorvan Hall. Would we be able to sell stuff at Zamorvan, or just hang on to it till we get to Silvermoon?
Probably not because it's a fort town, right?
All right.
Ivemorven Hall is basically a keep.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That being said,
about
yeah, up to now, the way we've kind of dealt with stuff is as soon as you get it, you just change it into coin because, well, anyways, it's just easiest that way. And I think that's actually that kind of came up from Adventure League rules from when we did Lost Mines. If we ever want to add an extra layer of quote unquote realism, then it becomes you got to get to a town, and is the town big enough to buy all that stuff? Like, is Fandalen really going to buy a bunch of masks from you from 750 gold pieces each versus an art trader in Waterdeep?
Sorry, 750?
I can't remember now. Give me 1 second. I'll have it in a second here. It's 250. Sorry, 250.
Okay.
250 times 50. But up to now, the way we've done it is, unless it's something obvious, like some really big, thing that you got to drag around, it just instantly gets changed into cash.
All right, then, guys, using this rule of instant caching, we have a shiny harp that I'm hanging on to until we can get it dealt with, a magic banner that I'm hanging on to until we can get it dealt with, and each of us gets 5,000 gold coins.
Look out. Imagine how much more would have been in that castle if you'd taken over the... never mind. Don't worry about that.
I'm good. I am totally good with 5 grand.
I'm sure you got all the treasure. I'm sure there's no other treasure left in that castle. Might even be another Giant Slayer sword. Ooh, wielding Giant Slayer sword. Never mind. Don't. I'm just dreaming now.
You're an evil bastard, just saying.
Okay, so Ivemorven Hall it is then. Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yep, let's go.
Okay, so you arrive there around 10:30 at night, but this place is it's kind of like a 24-hour keep, as it were, in terms of there's always going to be soldiers on the road, so they're going to be pulling in at any time.
We seek shelter for the night.
Yep. Now, Feglus has no problem dropping off nearby and either changing into a halfling and hanging out with you guys, or finding some place to go. But Feglus certainly could use a a rest as well, and there's strength in numbers. So
She wants to stick around. I mean, I'm very cool with her staying in halfling form just to make things easier for discussions.
Mhm.
I'm sure Ventus is keen to have her around.
yeah, she kind of sheepishly says, well, if you don't mind, it'd be kind of neat, and it's been a while. Like I was kind of tied up there for a little while, and just kind of neat to hang out with friendly people, if that's okay.
Ventus is totally down with this. He's like chumming it up.
This is the dragon saying
telling her
that?
stories.
Yep.
If she's going to come to town, she's a what?
In halfling form.
Halfling. Oh my god, really? It's Chromie. Okay, cool.
Chromie's a gnome.
Whatever, same shit, different file.
Brett, are you familiar with World of Warcraft at all?
No, I'm familiar with World of Warcraft. That's about as familiar as I am with it.
In it, there's a bronze dragon,
Mhm.
and the bronze dragon flight in World of Warcraft deals with time travel and protecting the time ways, as they call it.
Oh yeah.
But there's a relatively famous NPC bronze dragon named Chromie, whose preferred form, when not a dragon, is a gnome female, which is a very small creature in World of Warcraft, basically half.
And everyone hates gnomes, right?
No, it's not everyone hates gnomes. The horde tends to want to punt gnomes because they're just the right size to kick a good distance.
Kick the baby.
Kick the baby. Anyway, so she's become. They invented her for a fairly interesting quest chain in vanilla Warcraft, and she's just kind of caught people's imagination and stuck around.
Yep.
And so she became Chromie. She's now a hero that you can play in Heroes of the Storm, the kind of Dota-like Warcraft Blizzard game, and they've done a new sequence in World of Warcraft where someone's trying to kill her, and you have 15 minutes to save 8 different attacks on her through time and space.
Wow. Yeah, this wouldn't be her.
No, but also Chromie's less clumsy than Phegelos, and I think possibly less nice, because there's some hints that Chromie may actually, in the future, be the leader of the Infinite Dragonflight, but that's beside the point.
Man,
Go ahead.
not to like side note, the dragons. Like, I've never really played World of Warcraft, but the dragons in there are so cool. Like not just like the design's really really cool. Like I remember the advertisement for what was it called, Cataclysm, like with Deathwing. And I was just like, oh, that's like one of the coolest fucking dragon designs I've ever seen. Like, it's so cool.
He's dead now, but yeah.
Yeah.
he was neat.
Well, like Malgos and like Alex Straza and all that kind of stuff, they look really cool as well.
All right, so you make it to Zyvorman Hall. Excuse me, Legolas turns into
Legolas. Legolas. Did you say
Legolas. Yeah. Oh man, what the hell's her name now?
Phegelos?
Phegelos. Yeah.
Legolas.
Drops you off again with not too much grace, and changes into to a halfling and comes hanging along with you.
Once she changes into halfling form, I kind of get down on one knee in front of her and she's just, thank you for helping us, and I give her a hug.
And she kind of blushes a little bit, and she kind of says it was nothing, and she says, but you helped me first. I would still be imprisoned in that castle if it wasn't for you. And she looks over at Jureg as she says that, because Jureg was the main person that freed her, if I remember correctly.
Yep. Jureg kind of looks at me, and I say, go ahead. And he actually goes, and on our way, while we're walking into town, Jureg is hanging out on her shoulders.
Okay. So the keep is very obvious. It's easy to land near it and head up to it on the Rovin Road. And you head up there, and even though it's late at night, about 10:30, there is some activity going on. and you head on in. You go through the doors that you were through before. You're met by the the butler, as it were. You head through rooms, suits of armor standing all over the place, swords mounted on oak paneled walls, carpets spread over the place. And as you walk through, you request a food and a room. As you walk through all this, having been here now with a little bit more experience than when you're last year, you are getting the sense that there's a lot of arcane energy in this area from the items in the hall, and you are headed off to a room if that's simply what you're trying to accomplish here.
Yes, I believe so.
This is not a town. It's a fortress keep, so it's essentially room, dining. Like, think of a small castle, right? Room, dining room, some food, stables. That's it.
Yep. And I'm on my best behavior. I've already gotten all the thievery out of my system for a while.
Sounds good. I'm trying to figure out how much it's going to cost you to stay here, and I can't quickly find.
We can afford it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Just because you have a crap load of money doesn't mean that you don't have some expenses every now and then. Muhahaha.
I think it's in. Hang on, I've got the place I'm looking for. What classification of stay would you call this?
I would say comfortable.
Okay.
Modest to comfortable, somewhere in that area. So let's go comfortable. You got the money, it's comfortable. They will make you comfortable. So everybody's got to cough up 8 silver pieces.
Done.
Something tells me Krev paid for it all. And you take your...
Chris my sugar daddy now.
8 silver by... so there's 10 silver to a gold. 8 silver across 4 people is...
5 figulus.
5, sorry, that makes it easier. It's 40 silver, so 4 gold. Easy enough. I'll pay for everyone.
All right. And you have your long rest, which goes without incident. Nice little safe keep that you're at. And it is about 6:30 in the morning when you guys awaken.
We're level 11 now.
And you are level 11 now.
Okay, hang on a second. Gotta do...
I've almost got 100 hit points.
So hard not to metagame on the DM side when I hear that. You guys will bury lore with all this stuff, eh? Like, he seems to be pretty connected with it, eh? Like, you'll make sure that he's buried with the giant slayer sword and everything, right?
Yeah, we're
Right,
gonna send
guys.
him off with like a king's burial. There'll be all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
So morning breaks, and I'm assuming Brile has the long rest with you as well. I don't know if Brile's still with us.
No, remember he left. He didn't come in with them.
Okay, so you're not doing a long rest at this point?
Not with them.
Okay.
He'd probably fly off and do it on his own.
Okay. And you're sending out your feelers over the night to try to figure out what's going on with the airship?
Yeah, so I'm going to do like the ritual to speak with animals and ask them if they've seen it. And then I'll try maybe sending an animal messenger to find... because I have to just know the person, not where they are, right?
I think so. I'll check. I'm checking.
Yeah,
that.
just check that for me. Because if I can do that too, I'll do it. If I have to know where they are, I'll send them where I think they could be or whatever, and kind of go from there.
Yeah. Are you sending a message or animal messenger?
Animal messenger.
Okay. Choose a tiny beast within range. You specify a location which you must have visited and a recipient who matches the general description, such as a man, woman, blah blah blah. Yeah, so I'm willing to hand wave that especially through your So here's what happens. You send off your creatures. Hey, go see if you heard anything about this airship. And halfway through the night, you get some information back that that they had noticed an airship in the sky somewhere near the cloud castle. It had flown off some distance, not terribly, and had landed. Seemed to just kind of be waiting around, and that it was sitting, landed somewhere off in the Evermoors. And if you want to send an animal messenger, so essentially the information you have, yes, there was one, it flew off, and then we've reconnected with some other creatures and animals and said, yes, a airship that is of that description is, landed kind of hanging out over here.
So then I'd send off the animal messenger, go back to sleep for a little while, and then get up and fly that direction.
Okay, the animal messenger comes back and
He doesn't get to come back. He just goes.
okay.
It's like a one.
So, a one-way thing. So you send off this message. What does the message say?
It basically says, "We are safe. I will come to you. Just stay put."
Okay. So you have had your long rest by now.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you're flying off, so you're changing into some sort of creature?
Yeah, I'll change into a giant eagle and fly off.
Okay.
It's like my fastest flight, so.
Gotcha. So you're heading somewhere in between Rivermoot and Zymorvan Hall, where they indicate that the airship is. And as you get close to this airship, you notice that it's landed on the ground. There is no activity, and there looks like there is some signs of that a fight had
Okay. Go back to the boys. So I'm just going to circle around for a bit, and I'm going to use my awesome sight to assess the situation and watch for enemies and stuff like that. So we'll just assume it takes some time, and you go back to the boys.
May I ask? Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry. Actually, no. Never mind.
Okay.
I take it all back.
So, Brile, you do a bit of a circle before you head back to the gang.
I'm not going back to the gang. I'm going to investigate. So that's why I said let's go back to them and let them do their thing for a bit.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So, you guys wake at 6:30 in the morning, which is more or less the same time that Brile is figuring this stuff out. That at this point the PCs don't know about. And what goes on with Zymorvan Hall gang? Is it off to Silvery Moon?
Yep.
I think it would have to be.
Okay. And I imagine you get Fegalus, who's happy to change back to Dragon and fly you till Silvery Moon, and then change back to Halfling and roam around with you.
Yeah. While we're doing this as well,
Yep.
can we just tell, obviously, inform Fegalus, everything that's been going on so far, and just obviously, tell her about Imarith and what our plans are and what she wants to do.
Yeah, it's up if that's what I would imagine. You have a bit of a sidebar with the party and say, look, should we fill in Fegalus with everything? And if the party's good with that, then you can certainly do that.
I mean, she's a dragon, but she's done all right by us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this whole thing affects everyone in the North, herself included. She might even want to help. You never know.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah. Well, yeah, her reaction to that is, a little bit of surprise or whatever that this Imarith has done all this. She's heard of Imarith and knows of her. As you learn from Fegalus, now that you've spent a little bit more time with her outside of battle and combat, she's roamed the North for decades. She's a bit of a roaming dragon as opposed to one that sets up a specific lair and hangs out there and hoards treasure and stuff like that. She knows, in quite a bit of information at the surface level about the North as opposed to absolute detail. And Ventus will remember, and as a player, Vorpal, I'll remind you, and this was around the time where I think you were off for a month with work and stuff like that. But you had heard from your Waterdeep gang while you were in Goldenfield, so this is going back quite a ways. That they had recognized that Fegalos, who is one of these kind of friendly dragons that will provide information to your sorcerer friends that kind of hang out with dragons in Waterdeep. They would get a lot of information from Fegalos, and they recognized that she'd gone missing, and they hadn't heard from her in a long time, and that was kind of curious. So this is what you learn of her, and you fill her in on this, and yeah, she is first of all, it's a chromatic dragon, so there's not too much love lost there. She is also what you would determine out of game as lawful good. So if there's an issue where a chromatic dragon is trying to take over or attempt to take over the north and stuff like that, her only concern is by handing this power back to the giants, which are enemies of the dragons. Does that cause problems on the other side?
Yeah, I'll ensure her that, whatever we do, whatever balance may be cast, in one way or the other, as things fall out here, I will help you restore, the proper ordering, the proper way that the dragons and the giants, let's get the peace treaty back together.
Yeah, and she though she may hope that there might be a peace treaty between giants and dragons, it's been thousands of years since their initial fight, and that hasn't worked since then. So she doesn't feel that there would be peace between the two anytime soon. But as long as there's some sort of balance, she doesn't want to see a blue dragon.
Peace, but an armistice.
Yeah, exactly. She doesn't want to see a blue dragon beat up and power handed back to a giant lord, and then all of a sudden the giants are trying to take over the north when we just stopped a dragon from potentially taking over the north. But other than that, she's good to
help.
help.
Am I there while this is being discussed?
I'm sorry? Is Krev there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine this is a pretty open conversation on the way to Silvery Moon.
So essentially, I wanted to tell her it's not so much that we're giving the power that the giants didn't have before. Up until very recently, the giants had this power, and the current Storm King at the time was using it to essentially just have things stay as they were. The status quo meant that there were giants, there were dragons, and both sides, while hostile, weren't actually... The sky wasn't full of thunder and fire and ash raining down upon the little folk on the ground. Everything that's been happening recently happened because I think because Imra started fucking with the giants. And so if we stop her and give the giants their scepter back, all we do is put things back to the way they were like 2 months ago. And if you want me to roll a persuasion check, I will.
No, she assures you that she doesn't have a fear that all of a sudden the pendulum's going to swing all the way to the other side. She's just kind of noting that, like, I'll help you against this dragon if you want some help. At the same time, let's make sure that we're just not flipping power from one side of the scale to the other side.
We don't want that either. We want things back to normal.
And you have all kinds of time to talk about this because based on my calculations, I think it's the 60-ish miles it's going to take you to get to Silvery Moon. It's going to take you about 7+ hours to get there. So you're going to be arriving there around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So anything else that you want to talk about?
I want to ask her the real questions here. Yeah. So, like, how old are you exactly?
How old is she? I guess I can only go by size. She is huge.
But she's an adult dragon, right? She's obviously not an ancient dragon or a young dragon.
No, she's not ancient, so she's huge, which is adult, right? There's.
So that must mean hundreds, if not close to 1,000 years old or something. Or how do dragons?
It's something like that.
Hundreds of years, at least.
Yeah, I'd agree. A couple hundred years,
Yeah.
maybe 3 or 4.
There's four.
Ancient dragons are probably like close to 1,000.
There's there's 4 levels of dragon, right? Like,
Yeah, you got wormling, young dragon, adult, and then ancient.
yeah, gotcha. I'm just going to D&D Beyond really quickly here.
And there's technically a 5th one, but it's not in 5th edition, which is obviously like Great Worm, which would be like gigantic.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm quite sure she is she's adult just based on the size.
Mhm. So like, have you ever
Yeah,
have you ever done it with a mortal, like a man-sized creature, or like how do dragons kind of
and she kind of blushes at this, and you lose a little bit of altitude while she's a little distracted by your question, and she regains herself.
Trev, who's sitting right behind you, just kind of shakes his head.
Really quickly, and
He
Ventus
knew what
is
you were when he
appalled.
felt. So no, he's not. Oh, sorry. Yes. Again, sorry.
whether whether a dragon would have an answer to that question, you feel that she is quite embarrassed by the question, and she really is kind of lost for words on that one.
like, because I'm just curious, like, would you polymorph into a woman and then do it? Like, how would that feel? 'Cause I'm just like really curious because I know there's like half dragon, like you get those like dragonborn things, right? Kind of like the not dragonborn, but what's they called, the like half dragons.
Yeah, they're actually called half dragons.
Yeah. I think half dragon is literally like a mortal and a dragon, right?
Well, dragon sorcerer kind of has dragon blood. By the way, Ventus is looking back between Krev and Lore and Douglas, and is just totally aghast and embarrassed by this entire situation.
Yeah, well, she's probably as embarrassed as Vorpal is, and
Lore's just like stone face. He's just like genuinely curious. Like he doesn't really he doesn't seem too ashamed of the things he's saying.
yeah, and she kind of sputters out and says, "Well, I've heard of other dragons, kind of, yeah, that sounds about right," and then that's about all that you're getting from her on that one. She's obviously.
And I'm like, well, my good buddy over here, Ventus, he's lived a long life. He experienced a lot, and I think there's a lot he would still like to experience. I'm sure there's a lot you two could learn from each other. I mean, he loves dragons. He really, really loves dragons. I think there could be,
oh my gosh.
Oh,
I think it's worth a try. A bit of experimentation goes a long way.
Lord, no, Lord, that's all right. Douglas, I apologize for my friend here. I mean, you're very, very beautiful, but I'm an old man, and I just trail off.
I tend to grab and I give him a wink as if I'm doing something productive, but in reality, it's just kind of what you're doing. Just like stop talking.
Yeah. So Krev kind of looks at you, and he's blushing for you at this point, practically. You can interpret it however you like.
And everybody but Laura realizes it's going to be a long ride to Silvery Moon.
Yeah.
But
Krev tries to change the subject, and kind of ham-fistedly starts asking Felgalos just about, so, you've been around for a while. What sort of funky things have you seen? The effect of which, eventually he just kind of blurts out, tell me a story.
So like,
Subject.
yeah. So like, how big is a dragon's? Like a male dragon. Like how
well endowed?
Yeah, like no, I don't say that really, but I'd love to just interject with that just to ruin Krev's like.
Yeah, well, at that point, if you had done that, Krev just kind of freezes mid-sentence, his mouth open, halfway forming a word, and it's just like,
No, I won't say that because that's.
Well, she fills you in on the ride that, yeah, she's been around for decades, and she's just very curious about everything about Faerun. Small folk, giants, dragons, even, even giants. She saw the Cloud Castle some time ago, and she was kind of flying around it, and Sinceri kind of motioned her, hey, come on, let's hang out. And they got chit chatting a bit, but that's when she was ambushed and imprisoned. Yeah, she's like, anything in particular that you want to ask her about her general, and she's looking more at Krev than Laura at this point. Her general.
How far away? How far have you traveled? Like, I've only ever been between, say, the last month has been the most traveling I've ever done in my life. I've been places I only never dreamed I'd see. Even where we're going right now to Silver Moon seems exotic compared to my life before I met these people.
Mm-hmm.
But you're a dragon. You must have traveled far and wide. What's it like out there?
Well, she says I've traveled the north for decades. It is amazing. There are, and you can kind of see her eyes kind of light up, and you've picked up by now that she's a pretty curious dragon, which also you start to surmise probably gets her into a little bit of trouble. And obviously, again, as you know, not the most graceful dragon out there, and it's wondrous. There are so many different types of people and creatures and buildings and settlements, both used and active, as well as others long gone. There's dangers, of course, out there, even for someone such as me, and they are to be avoided as such. It's just a wondrous but dangerous place. But if we ever get the chance to travel it together, it would be amazing.
Yeah, I'll mention that it's nice to have her around, and we'll discover some things together instead of her always being on her own.
Oh, trust me, you're about to discover a lot thanks to me. You don't need to mention it, buddy. I've got you back.
Oh, right.
You know who your wingman is.
Jeez, you give Laura a +2 breastplate and a +1 rapier back, and guess what? Laura's back in the game.
Nope.
I've got my mojo back, I lost it before, and now it's back, and I missed it.
Yeah, it wasn't your mojo you lost, it was your stuff.
Yeah, the mojo was fine.
I think the mojo went with the stuff.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. So it's like in Austin Powers, they steal his mojo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's my mojo went into my items, and my items being taken from me took my mojo, and now the items are back. It's just like, it's like I'm born again.
By the way, adult dragons range from 100 to 800 years. So wormling is 5 or less.
Okay.
A young is 6 to 100. An adult is 100 to 800. And an ancient is over 800. So for me, the easiest way I'm going to remember that is 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000 beyond. So a wormling is basically 10 or under, a young is under 100, and an adult is under 1,000. An ancient is 1,000 or more, just by rough approximation.
I love dragons so much. They're like my favorite like fantasy creature.
Mm-hmm.
I love dragons. It's so amazing. That's all I wanted to say.
Right on.
So good.
What's that? I missed. Was that Krev?
No, I just said it. That was me. I'm just saying it's all good. No worries.
Yep. Okay, and by now you arrive at Silvery Moon.
Yes,
Silvery Moon.
Finally, home sweet home.
Home sweet home. About 2 PM. Fegalis changes shape again to halfling, and Witchy, if you're still there, quite a bit of time has passed. You would have you would have found the ship, about a little bit after everybody's waking up. So maybe around 8 AM. So what's going on with you?
Well, I would have quietly scouted around, landed, changed into one of my cat forms, kind of scouted around all stealthily, trying to
to surmise exactly what's happened. And then if able, so first of all, are there anybody here?
So as you scout around and do, I imagine, a couple loops in the air, now you are starting to realize that yes, there are some people there. You first of all notice that there are some bodies of the dragon cultists on the deck of the ship, seemingly dead. You see nearby, perched nearby, are a bunch of giant ravens, and you see some what appears to be barbarians, not kind of roaming around the ship, but just they're not necessarily hiding, but they're also not. They're trying to stay relatively out of sight and just kind of keep an eye on the horizon. The ship has landed, but it's obvious that they're looking to watch to see if anything or anyone returns. And with those barbarians, of which you can see a handful, there might be others somewhere else. You also see one or two humanoid creatures that are not barbarian. That don't seem to be barbarian based on how they're dressed.
Do they look familiar?
They don't look familiar, no.
I'm surprised, like me as player, surprised they're alive because I would have thought that they'd have accidentally unleashed the elementals stored in there, which would have probably killed everyone.
Yeah,
I was actually just thinking about that. So,
By the way, Rob, not to get into a tangent, but like I'm judging you really hard for your music choice right now. That's what I'm gonna say.
I can't even hear what's playing. That's Curtis. What is it? What are you listening to?
It's a lot of.
It's like Above and Beyond or something. So, I'm being judged for our music choice. That's all. From the Brit of all people.
What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I mean, love it, meanie, I'm sure.
What does me being British have to do with anything? Come on.
I don't know. What did I say that?
I think it
That might have
automatically.
just been my inner voice.
I think it automatically doesn't it automatically affect your taste in things?
I mean, as a Brit, I'm automatically more cultured. So
I see.
Yeah, that's why British food is so well known across the world.
hey man, don't you dare.
I was going to say, the most famous British food that I've heard of is a deep-fried Twinkie. Or, sorry, not Twinkie, deep-fried Snickers bar. So,
Hey man, we got fish and chips. What are you talking about?
What the hell? What about Bubble and Squeak?
Look, don't mock Bubble and Squeak. Bubble and Squeak is amazing.
Okay.
to be fair, one of my favorite pub foods is bangers and mash, so...
See, Scott knows what's up.
The nice onion gravy on the potatoes. Oh.
This is gonna shock you guys, but I actually hate onions with a passion. For me, onions is that food where it's like,
Okay.
if there's a big onion anywhere in my food, I would just
Rather not.
yeah. I hate onions so badly. They're the most nothing food ever. I can understand that they add taste to foods, sure, whatever. You can use them in cooking, but when you have a big chunk of onion just on your plate, I'm just oh, that's the worst.
No way. Onion rings, yum.
Ugh.
I have a really mild allergy to them, so if I eat too many of them, they don't do good things to my body. But I love them anyway.
One of my
You can fry anything and it's delicious.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's those blooming.
There's a
There's
Scotch
those,
egg.
yeah,
Dude, Scotch egg. Look, that's not another British food. Okay, amazing, brilliant.
admittedly, one of my favorite restaurants in this area is run by a Brit couple. It's a tea room, and my gosh, the fish and chips. You've never had. Their fish and chips are non-greasy because they do it right, and it's just amazing. It's amazing. Anyways, that's.
Yeah, you know what?
Nonetheless,
Fish and
Brits aren't cultured, but let's keep going.
Whoa. Hey, look.
I think we just
Don't,
went one step too far there.
My family's British, so I mean, a lot of our
a lot of Canadians came from British people. Come on,
Yeah.
we invented your country.
I'm more than
Show some respect.
50% British, right? So, but my mom used to always make for Christmas. She'd make carrot pudding, which was like amaze balls, and that was like our big thing.
You say the term amaze balls.
Mm. So that's the only good thing coming out of Britain, right?
Yeah. Okay. Seth's inability to figure out good music aside. Where the hell were we? Oh, Brian.
I think totally lost.
So I was gonna land. I'm gonna land a little ways, and I'm gonna do another animal messenger. And by now they should be in town, and I should have an idea where they were going because I would have asked. So I'm gonna send my animal messenger, and so that's 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna do another 10-minute ritual to talk to animals and find out if any of them can tell me exactly what happened here, and if there's any baddies around that I haven't seen.
Gotcha. Seth's trying to puff himself back up again.
Trying to be relevant? Yeah, whatever.
What do you try to be relevant?
Always relevant.
What?
Yeah, I'm always relevant. You heard Scott.
You know I love you.
I'm just looking at your animal messenger spell. So it lasts for 24 hours. There's good. The target beast travels for the duration of the spell towards a specified location, covering about 50 miles per 24 hours. 24 hours, excuse me. So it's. Give me a second here. Based on that. For flying messenger or 25 miles for other animals. So 50 miles per 24 hours. You're not going to get a message to Silvery Moon.
So here's a question, though.
Yeah.
If you can do it at a higher level
Oh, I'm sorry.
for an additional 48 hours, but if it's a ritual, it doesn't really count as spells anyway, but I can cast at a higher level. So does that mean that, in theory, I can cast it at, like, whatever level and...
Yeah, if you cast a spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, the duration increases by 48 hours for each spell slot above 2nd.
Right, but the question is, because it's a ritual, it doesn't count for a spell slot.
Yeah, but I think a ritual is you get the base of the spell and you don't get anything extra on that. I don't think you get the higher level extra. You just get the base of the spell. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's my question.
I
like that you could be wrong though, because I feel that way a lot about you. But
yeah, well, then maybe you should have decided to DM the game.
No, don't be mean to me.
Oh,
Okay,
me not
so,
being mean to you. Oh, my! I've never.
Fine.
But until somebody finds out differently, my guess is a ritual. You just get the base spell.
I see.
But hey, it's you that wanted to go flying off and split the party and go looking for the freaking ship.
That's fine.
Ritual. It also doesn't expend a spell slot, which means the ritual version of a spell cannot be cast at a higher level. Blah.
Yeah,
so
right.
there.
That's fine. Be that way.
Not only am I DM, but I'm right.
That must feel good for a change.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
ouch.
not so much to be fair, but to interject. The definition of DM is he's right.
Yeah, he's always right.
Yeah, but
Whatever, brown nosers, all of you.
Right now.
Yeah.
The argument comes later.
and
Yeah,
at
there's
the,
no real argument. I thought that too, actually, so that's why I brought it up.
at the same time, Burrell, could you roll initiative? Because I've got to roll initiative for 1, 2, 3,
You have to roll it for me.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 9 creatures. No, you're gonna have to roll because I got initiative to
9.
roll for.
It's so funny. 9 ancient dragons just come flying past you and just all breathe on you at once.
So remember, I'm in kitty form, in Craycat form, so whatever my initiative modifier is, you can figure that out for me. Thanks.
Okay, all right. So you have cast a spell to fly there in creature form, and you've cast another spell to change into kitty cat form. You're just burning these spells like anything.
What are you talking about? There's no spell for changing into kitty cat
Oh,
form.
that's right. But you can only use it so many times a day, right? Or so many
Yeah.
times.
Per rest or
Yeah.
long rest or whatever the hell it
Yeah.
is. I can't remember.
Okay, so what the hell do you do before I kill you with all these people that are sitting around?
There should be no people sitting around, so whatever.
What do you do? This is what you know. There's a handful of giant ravens. There's a handful of barbarians, and there's a handful of humanoid, a couple of humanoid creatures that you can see.
That I can see.
Yeah.
Where I'm not. Where are they?
On the ship, on the deck of the ship, they're kind of keeping an eye out, like on the looking out to see if anybody's approaching and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to get that close. So I'm not going to be taking these guys on myself. So I guess I'll skulk away as quietly as I can, and fly off again and head back to town if I can, or towards town anyway.
Okay. Let me just.
Flying low, doing stealth checks, whatever.
Yep. Let me just put a marker where the airship is. Somewhere in that general vicinity, I think. Okay. So.
And he'll head back to the city.
Yeah.
So
I'm just trying to figure out math here. So it's about 8:30 in the morning, and you're heading to the city. And how long can you stay in flight mode?
3 hours, then I need a break, and then I can do it again for another 6.
Okay, so 9 hours. So plus an hour break, so 10 hours. So you're gonna arrive 6:30ish in the evening, I think. Assuming that's what the hell's the distance here? The distance is about 80 miles, and I bet you your flight speed is not 80 feet. It's probably a little bit less than that.
40. You'd have to look for me. I think it's 40.
And what kind of animal are you? Sorry, guys. What kind of
Giant
animal?
eagle. I think that was my fastest.
Yeah. Flight. 80.
40.
80.
Oh, it is 80.
Yeah, 80. So you're it's going to take you about it's going to take you that full time there. So you're going to arrive around 6:30.
Okay.
Right on. Okay, guys, what's going on your side?
So we arrived so we left Simorvan Hall. We're flying. We've had this conversation. We've had all of our awkward moments, and we're arriving when in the evening?
2 in the afternoon at Silvery Moon.
2 in the afternoon. Okay.
Yeah.
We get into town, and I look over at Lore, and it's like, so, when do you want to go see your father, and do you want us to go with you?
I think it's better if I go alone, to be honest. I'll probably do that right now.
Which inn did we stay at the last time we were here? So I'm figuring we would go there again.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I'm looking at my monies and wondering if I should go looking for if there's any enchanted items that I want. Oh, wait. I should go and see if I to one of the wizard halls or something, place where they actually do magic item exchange and such not, and get this banner and the harp looked at and examined.
It's probably not a bad idea.
Oh, it's such a beautiful city.
It is, isn't it?
It's the most beautiful series.
Again, if we walk over the moon bridge, I'm again kind of going stomp, 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 just giddy almost as I walk over it, like just an abject tourist sort of reaction.
Gotcha.
Sort of like stupid children jumping up and down on the glass floor in the CN Tower. I get it.
I haven't just seen children do that stupidly. I mean, this is a bridge that's going over a waterway, so if I were to fall off, I just get wet. I still look at people going, "We are like 100 stories straight up, and you're stomping on the floor." On the express interest of what? Knocking a piece out and falling? Like, really smart here.
Right?
This is basically a Darwin Award in process.
Well, I don't think the CN Tower would put that in if they felt that was going to
No,
be the...
I'm sure you could probably put a sledgehammer on those things.
Yeah.
Likely not even crack.
Mm.
So
Still, it just seems stupid. Like, why are you jumping on glass? But whatever.
It is stupid.
It is really stupid, but at the same time, it's like I'm really like scared of heights really badly. So if I stand on one of those things, I just like my legs just go to like jelly.
If you ever find yourself on this side of the Atlantic, we'll take you up to the CN Tower, and you won't have to stand on the glass. There's just a portion of the floor that's glass, and you can just look down.
Exactly. And then we'll take you up to the next level, 33 stories above that, so you can look down at the big middle part.
Yep.
Yeah.
However, again, if you do wind up at this side of the Atlantic, we'll go to dinner at the restaurant there as well, which is a really nice restaurant. Beautiful view of the entire city.
Yeah, there's another one here called there's a building called the Shard, and I think it might be quite similar to that. Or only in the sense that there's so at the bottom level is a hotel, and the further you go up, there's like restaurants and like overlooks and stuff like that kind of stuff. I think it has. I wouldn't say there's glass like that you can look down. I'm not sure if there's anything like that, but there are some really good views on it. It's a really cool place. I've always wanted to go there.
Perhaps it's quite beautiful if it's the building I'm thinking of.
Yeah, it's right next to London Bridge. It's actually so London Bridge station, train station, is actually directly next to it, like on top of it.
There's a gives you an idea of the glass floor and CN Tower. It looks like they're doing some construction outside, so that weird kind of picture that's along the side is a little bit off-putting. But so it's
The glass floor, that's about 100, 120 stories.
Dude,
up, stories up.
I would shit myself so badly. Like
The bathroom is just around the corner.
I hate heights so bad. Like I have two major fears: is heights and claustrophobia. So it's anything to do with either of those. I'm just like, ugh, it's the worst.
Tower might not be a good idea because it's an elevator on the way up, and
Yeah, but I'm also like not the smartest person, so like I'd probably do it anyway.
oh, okay, good.
And if the elevator gets trapped like 95 floors above and it's a glass wall and you're stuck 95 floors above the ground in a small space with like 20 people, cool.
the other.
Just remember to establish a P corner right off the bat.
The other link I just sent you is a picture, a point of view of somebody taking a shot looking down from that glass floor, and you can see people walking down below there and how small they are.
Yeah, that's pretty scary to be honest with you.
Yeah, I went there with my kids, and that's when I learned that I had a bit of a fear of heights too, that I didn't realize I had. Okay, back to Silvery Moon. So, Krev, while Lore goes off to see his dad by himself, you are looking for a place that can identify your shiny.
Yeah, because I thought we had been to a place here that did not so much, not a magic item shop, but a place that essentially you could make such negotiations and such.
Yeah, your buddy Galen.
Yeah,
Which is probably one of the only NPC names in all of Storm King's Thunder that I made up that I actually remember.
Sorry, you cut out.
I said it's probably one of the only NPC names that I made up in Storm King's Thunder that I actually remember.
So yeah, I guess we'll go and see Galen. I barely remember him as player. Did we leave on good terms?
Yeah, you left. Actually, it was dude at Zymorban Hall that you were looking for some magic items, and he pointed you to Galen and Silvery Moon. Where...
Was he the fellow I bought the bag from?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay, so yeah. All right. So we go and see Galen, and I'm guessing I out to Ventus and Felgalos and going, well, let's go and get these things looked at and see if there's anything that we want to pick up.
Ooh, shopping spree.
I was going to
Let's
say, let's go shopping with Countess Sensuri's money.
Yes, we can probably find a very nice little outfit for you too. Something in here for you. I remember like looking at her, beaming at the dragon like I usually do.
Okay, and I would say let's also imagine that if Lore isn't with you, he would have sent you. So Seth as player, you can be along because Lore would have sent you with instructions if he wants you to buy anything as well while he goes off and talks to Dad. Sound about right? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay.
I do. I'm not sure if Seth needs to disconnect and reconnect again because he's quiet. But I'm guessing another +1 sword is probably what he's after. To replace the magic one he's lost.
The Giant Slayer one.
Yeah, because he had a Giant Slayer. We may get it back, but right now he's just got a regular sword that, of course, is +1 rapier in the other hand.
Okay, well, off you go to Galen's magical shop there, and you run into to him again. Thin white hair and gray. He's a half elf. He doesn't dress like, obviously he's doing pretty well based on his shop and stuff like that, but he doesn't really dress up to that. He kind of plain clothing and stuff like that, maybe to keep the attention off of him. Who knows? Oh yeah, so Seth's having potentially some challenges, audio wise.
I have no idea because
Yeah.
he hasn't said anything. So
Seth, can you hear us?
also may have just been he got called away from the computer.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we'll wait to hear back from him. So off you go, speaking with Galen, and he remembers you well and asks you how the bag of holding is going. And I imagine as you start to pull some of these things out of the bag of holding that you want him to check out, he assumes that the bag of holding is doing you quite well.
The bag of holding has been phenomenal, Galen. It is the best purchase I've made.
Oh, well, fantastic. We always like to have happy
but I was-
customers here.
Wondering what you made of this, and I pull out the harp and place it on the, and this, and I pull out, and usually like the usual magic trick. Literally, you're pulling this huge thing out of a small container.
Mm-hmm.
And this is this banner and this harp.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we collected them in our adventures.
Gotcha. And telekinesis. What's that for, Vorpal?
Oh, sorry. I'm changing out my animate
Oh, okay.
object for that one as I level up.
Okay, no problem. Well, as you pull out the harp, his eyes just go wide, and he looks at you and he says, "Do you know what this is? Have you
Not
identified it?"
No, I was hoping to be able to pay you for your services to identify these two items, and then we, depending on what they are, we would have a discussion about possibly price, unless we need to keep them. Then it's thank you for the identify, and and then a discussion about what you may have in stock. We've had a very successful adventure. We've walked out with our lives and a bit of money.
And Galen certainly isn't being rude, but he pretty much doesn't hear anything that you say other than after the first few words about you don't know what this harp is and things like that. He's all on the harp, and then he gets his attention back. He says, "Yes, of course. Well, I will charge you for the services of identifying this item, but I won't charge you for the magic needed to, because I know exactly what this is." And he says, "What you hold here is Anthros harp." And I'll throw that in. That's the name of it. And he says this is an instrument of the bards. And that's how pretty it looks.
Instrument of bards. Well, none of us are a bard, so...
So if you scroll down on that definition, you can read the paragraph stuff. If you scroll down, so there's various bard instruments, but this one is Anstrus harp, something like that.
Anstruth.
And within it can hold certain spells, but it does require attunement by a bard. It can control weather, cure wounds at 5th level, and also Wall of Thorns.
And also do what? Fly, invisibility, levitate, protection from you, like...
Yes.
Yeah. This is... Holy fuck. Okay.
But as I read it, it must be. It can only be attuned to by a bard. It can only be used by a bard.
Should I get a hold of Max and see if he wants to come back?
Ouch.
Well, I guess we'll be selling this one.
What's that, Witchy?
I'll be like, guess what we got, Max? Should have stuck it out.
Oh gosh. Yeah. So it's a very rare item.
Which means it's very flipping expensive. Okay. Holy hell. And the what's it? The
banner. Yeah, I'm just doing a search for my buy and sell information again. He looks at this one a little bit more quizzically. His attention is taken up by the harp, and so he kind of tears his attention away from it. And he says, "This one I will have to identify." Again, he's been a bit discombobulated by the harp, and so he kind of gathers himself and says, "Yes, I'm sorry. I should have mentioned my prices to begin with. The cost of magically identifying something is 100 gold pieces plus 100 gold pieces for the service. For the harp, it'll just be 100 gold pieces because I knew what it was. I didn't need to use any magic. To identify this banner will be another 200 gold pieces. So 300 gold pieces in total, if you will."
Okay, I just want to check something in my own spell list.
And on my side, I'm basing that on the fact that identify spell requires 100 gold piece pearl, and then on top of that, service is rendered.
Oh, identify costs money? As in, like, it actually has an expensive material requirement?
The material is a pearl worth at least 100 gold pieces and an owl feather.
Okay. I may need to change spells on Bardlish, because I did not realize that when I picked it.
So when you're ready, if you're happy to part with 300 gold pieces, he'll happily identify the other thing as well.
I will pony up the monies.
Okay. And so he pulls a scroll out from the shelf behind him, and this is obviously an identify scroll. He does the ritual and whatnot, and he indicates that this is obviously a giant of nature based on the rune written on it. He says, I don't. There's not a name for, he isn't aware of a name, but it is some sort of war banner. Gosh, why don't I have information?
Spencer is gonna want us dead
Andy.
So bad.
Oh yeah, you guys stole a bunch of stuff. Sorry guys, I thought I had the info handy. Where is it? Ah, there we are. Here. There. Sorry, took a little bit of. Oh well, whether it wasn't a big reveal, anyways. So it is a some sort of war banner, and if so, there's all kinds of neat stuff that you can do with this. You can attach it to a 10-foot pole to serve as a standard. Unfurling or furling the banner requires an action, and it has the following properties. As a bonus action, you can touch the unfurled banner, so you have to unfurl it first, and cause it to emanate courage. You can see invisible creatures while they're within 20 feet of the unfurled banner, so you're kind of getting the trend here that it has to be unfurled. And as a bonus action, again, you can touch it unfurled, and any range attack roll that targets you or an ally of yours has disadvantage. Lasting for 1 minute, and then you can transfer the power of the banner to someplace on the ground by tracing the rune with your finger, but then the banner goes poof.
Okay, so Ventus, any problems with selling these?
Oh no, of course not. I think that that would be a wise move.
All right.
While they're debating that, I just want to mention that you said we stole these, and we didn't steal them. We were owed them for our hardship.
Well, I
Just
didn't
saying.
say they stole at all.
Not you. He did.
Anyway, so Brett,
No, I'm talking about Brad. Sorry.
what do you want me to roll, or do you need me to roll anything to work out what's the general price tag we're negotiating here?
Well, let me find that Unearthed Arcana that you came across about selling stuff. Oh no, I was buying. So the selling is in the DMG.
I thought the buying was in the DMG.
I just saw the Unearthed Arcana and it said buying on it, so I'm guessing the other way around. And I apologize, guys. I'm sure I wrote it down somewhere where all this
Yeah,
stuff is.
because we did have a rule and it made sense at the time. So take your time.
Yep.
No worries.
Something tells me it's somewhere around downtime activities or
I think it was downtime. Yeah.
So I'm looking at the DMG on page 27 here, or 127, excuse me. Crafting magic items, selling magic items, 129. Oops. Okay. 130 actually is what I'm looking at. Okay, so for each item a character wishes to sell. So this kind of bases it on how well the merchant can find a buyer for this, and so how much money he's willing to give up and stuff like that. For each, the player rolls a percentile dice and consults the selling a magic item table, applying a modifier based on the item's rarity. So we've got that. And the character also makes a charisma persuasion check and adds that to the check's total. So essentially you're going to do, so for each item, so let's start with the instrument of the harp. So you're going to do a persuasion check. And you're also going to do a 1d100.
All right. So let's have Ventus do the Ventus, are you trained in persuasion?
Oh
Or
yeah,
proficient
yeah,
in it?
yeah. Yes,
So I think you should do the persuasion check. And I'll help to give advantage. There we go.
Oh my.
And then
Then a 1d100.
okay. I want to use inspiration to re-roll that. Thank you.
Okay. Poof, your inspiration goes away. I don't know if that's how it works, but what the hell? Go for it. I think it's an attack.
It's supposed to
saving
give
throw.
me a. I thought it was just a dice roll, but
Maybe, whatever. I'm good with that.
thank you.
You're welcome. So let's. So again, I'm looking at page 130 of the DMG. So you rolled a 51. Applying the modifier based on the item's rarity. So 51 minus 20 because it's very rare. So that's a 31. And then you also add your persuasion check, which is 27. So 50. We're back up to 58. If I did all my
Which
math
puts
right.
us a buyer offering half the base price.
And a shady buyer offering the full base price, but this guy is not a shady buyer.
He's not shady.
Yeah.
No.
So he's willing to buy it for 25,000 gold pieces.
Well, 25,000 is a lot of gold. And do you want to do this? What's that?
Vorpal apparently tried to disintegrate him to get the 50,000 gold pieces.
I think that's a misclick. That is really funny timing, though.
I have a question.
Yeah?
Would we kind of have advantage on this sale, knowing how excited he got about the item? He kind of gave away his, or he let us know how important it was or how good it was. So I
25,000 gold coins is a lot of money as it stands.
Krev also gave advantage to Ventus's charisma check. And I was actually going to argue a little bit that it should have been Krev's charisma check with Ventus giving advantage because Krev was doing all the pulling of the stuff out of the bag. But so good try, Brile, but Witchy, but no. You're
sorry for
I
the
gotta
rolls.
contribute.
yeah, no, you got it. You got it. You
It's
don't
all
ask,
good.
you don't get.
Ventus, do you want to do another persuade? Like, do you want us to do a second persuasion check for the other item, or just roll the 100 again?
The character also makes a charisma check. No, it just says roll percentile dice for each item. So
Okay, so we got a 27 for our persuasion throughout this.
Yeah.
Here's the roll for the banner.
I have to DC, guys, so let me know how it goes.
all right, take care, Witchy.
Take care. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy.
Bye.
A 92. Look out. And this is the banner, which is rare. So 92 minus 10, 82. This probably doesn't really matter because you're 27 or whatever. So you're 91 or higher. Well, again, this is not a shady buyer, so he buys it at full price.
Yep.
Rare 5,000 GP. So
Huzzah!
you end up
So
with
we got
30,000.
30,000 gold coins. So I'm just going to write that into the chat log for a second.
Yep, go for it.
Do you just want to hold on to it in the bag of holding? Because that's a lot of coin to carry around. It's heavy.
Oh yeah. No. Well, I'm wondering, what does he have in his shop for sale?
Well,
Oh, that's a good question. I peruse with my buddy and our little halfling friend. Let's go look at these items.
okay, and now I go to the Unearth Arcana.
This is so exciting.
Yes.
Shopping spree. I'm so excited.
So I have this as a PDF on my computer, but if you do a search for Unearth Arcana downtime, you should be able to find this PDF. And I am looking at page 5, sample downtime activities, and the first one is buying a magic item. Finding magic items to purchase requires 1 work week of effort and 100 gold pieces. Well, I'm hand waving the time and the money rule just at this point because you've got a guy in
We're
Silvery
in the
Moon.
Super Magic City. We found a guy who
Yeah.
trades in this stuff. He may, like, totally your call as to whether or not he has what we're looking for. We're just kind of shooting the dice as to what is present.
So, a character seeking to buy a magic item makes a charisma persuasion check to determine the quality of seller found. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. This is only this is not even a page of rules, and some of it's tables, so this shouldn't take too long. The character gains +1 for every work week. Okay, screw that. We're not talking about time. If you're in Waterdeep, you could spend more time and money to try to find something. And again, we're hand waving that. You got a guy. As shown on the buying magic item table, the total of the check dictates which table.
Hey, real quick, what page are you on? I'm trying to find you. I can't see it.
If you do it, this is a Unearthed Arcana. So if you found the Unearthed Arcana, it's
Yep.
page 5.
Downtime, page 5.
Yeah.
5 of 14?
Yes, and I'm halfway down the left-hand column under buying a magic item. Total check dictates which table, so in the Dungeon Master Guide to roll on. So this is a kind of an idea of what kind of randomness is that this guy happens to have in the shop right now. You then assign prices, have the price for any consumable items. You have final say in determining which items are for sale and their final price, no matter what the tables say. If the character seek a specific magic item, first decide if the item you want to allow in the game, blah, 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 blah. Let's go for random to begin with, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Totally.
persuasion check determines the quality of the seller found. I'm just...
Do you want me to roll that?
Well, I just try to understand this. As shown on the buying magic table, the total of the check dictates which table. Okay, persuasion... Character gains +1 bonus for every work week beyond the first spent, and +1 bonus for total bonus for time and spent. That's time and money. Can't be greater. You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. You're going to do. You can keep the persuasion check if you want to, because it's kind of like stealth, right? It stays unless something changes.
This is our conversation. We haven't had anything that's like, he hasn't done something weird yet. We've been really polite and normal customers to him.
Yeah, this is how much Galen likes you right now. So I guess if you want to slip him some coins, you'll get a +1 on that. Now, you already know the roll, so there's a little metagaming there. But you get a +1 for every 100 gold pieces you hand over to him and say, basically, come on, give us, show us the good stuff, sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'll throw in, I got 100 gold pieces. I'll throw that in.
Okay. So actually, just before you do that, you got a 27 on your roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Let's start there for a second. So 27, roll a 1, either one of you roll 1d4, or if you want, you can each roll 1d2.
Yeah, you cut out for a sec, bud. What'd you say?
Each of you roll a 1d... one of you roll a 1d4, or if you want, each of you roll a 1d2.
Ooh,
Table F.
let's each flip a coin, because I think there's a better chance of...
You a 1.
I'm
All
trying to
right,
find...
roll a 2.
I'm trying to find a table F here.
Huzzah!
We got a 3.
Okay. 3. Okay, I need 3 1D D100s, please.
Sorry, 3 1D what?
That's 3 1D100s. So either one of you roll all 3 of them, or share them amongst yourselves, whatever you want. There you go. Oh my.
You go ahead and take the last one.
Okay, it overlaps with one of the ones that Dethick rolled anyways. So, just based on you asking, he points out that he has a broom of flying. He points out that he has eyes of charming. And he also points out that he has a shield +1.
Oh my.
That broom of flying is rather enticing.
Yes, it is. How much for the broom of flying?
Okay, and let me just write down the last one before I forget. Eyes of Charming.
Does it look like the broom of flying could hold 2 people? Like, say, Krev and myself.
Let's find out.
I'm assuming yes, just because of the bullshit they pull in Critical Role. But yeah, let's check because they also have a lot of homebrew stuff.
Yeah. Plus, you're like what, like 300 pounds, 7 feet tall, or something crazy like that.
Oh no, that's the Dragonborn. I'm Krev is hang on. 6'4", 250 pounds.
It has a
Oh, that's not too bad.
It has a flying speed of 50 feet. You can carry up to 400 pounds, but its flying speed becomes 30 feet while carrying over 200 pounds. So it can carry up to 400, but once you go over 200, then your flying speed reduces. You can send the broom to travel alone within 1 mile of you. Name the location and you're familiar with that place. The broom comes back, blah, blah, blah. So it doesn't really say how many people. So I would argue you could probably put 2 people on that, but there is a weight restriction in terms of flying speed. And I'm assuming that weight restriction includes all the crap you've got.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we'll figure out a price before we go too far down that road. Once I figure out the price, what I'll allow you to do is if you've got one shot in terms of how much 100 gold pieces, how many 100 gold pieces do you want to hand him to up your plus to say, hey, show us the real good stuff, and then we'll roll off of one more table. As opposed to, here's 100 gold pieces, let's roll another table. Here's another 100 gold pieces, let's roll another table. If you got what I'm saying.
I do.
Okay, so this is a wondrous item. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Ooh.
I was going to ask Vorpal if he wants to put in 200. I'll put in 200, and then we'll roll again.
Of course.
Okay, now this table lists common, uncommon, rare, very rare, and legendary. Is legendary and wondrous the same thing? And they've just messed up the unearth arcana?
No, wondrous items are a specific type of... Well, the thing is, wondrous item is a whole bunch of things. Legendary, though, I think was completely separate.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a wondrous item and it's uncommon. My apologies.
Yes.
So it's uncommon. So I need a 1d6, please. You're asking the price of this thing. I don't know why your persuasion doesn't affect the price, but what the hell? $300 gold pieces is the price on that one.
On the broom? Really?
On the broom, yeah.
Done.
It says buying a magic item, uncommon, is 1d6 times 100 gold pieces.
How much for the rest of it? Let's buy it all.
Let me.
Eyes of Charming.
And at that point, Galen says, I will allow you to buy 2 magic items for me, but I can't have somebody come in here and just take my whole stock.
Just clean you out.
Yeah.
Perfectly understandable, sir. Not a problem at all.
I'm just going back in the DMG to see the pricing in the DMG. Uncommon. Yeah, uncommon is 100 to 500 gold pieces.
Let's get that last roll in there and see what the other item is.
So what you're doing now is throwing some money at him and saying, come on, show us the real good stuff.
An additional 400 gold coins. So I pulled out like 20 platinum pieces and put it down. Ventus pulled out however much, and it's like, come on, we know you got to have some really good stuff in here. Show us what do you have?
Okay, so
I throw down 20 as well.
So 400 gold pieces you're handing over to him?
Yes, 20 platinum pieces each.
Okay, so that gives you a plus 4, which pops you up into the next level. You would have only gone up a plus 10 maximum anyways. Okay. So, again, I need a 1d4 total, or if you each want to roll 1d2, that's up to you. And now you're looking at table G.
Cool.
Yes.
So I got 4. So now I need 4 1d100s.
You want to roll 2 of them?
Yeah, sure.
Ooh, I like 90s.
Okay, 29 is
I did it. I did that wrong. Hold on.
Yeah, screw the 92, unfortunately, and roll the 1D.
Why? What? All right. 12 and the 17. Are
Yeah.
those different items?
If they're not, I will have you re-roll. But give me a second here. 38. So he goes in the back, and he's kind of rummaging around, bringing some stuff out. He brings out 2 items first off, and pops them on the desk, and then he goes back in.
So I just looked. You said table G, so I'm looking at it now.
Yeah.
Vorpal, since you rolled the 12,
Yep.
roll the 8. This could be really cool and very expensive.
It is a 4.
Ivory goats. Wow.
I don't even know what that one does.
No, I don't either. So those are the 4 things he brings out. A sensor of controlling air elements, a dagger of venom, an amulet of health, and a figurine of wondrous power.
Ivory goats. So I'm going to go looking up the amp, because I don't know if the sensor of air elemental controls. I don't know if we need that. Dagger of venom is interesting.
Yeah. What I would suggest is you pick the 2 items you think that would be most interesting. Read up on them, obviously, and then based on the price, you either buy those 2 or you go back in the list of things. But that's what you're buying from, is those 7. I think 7 things, eh?
Oh, and it's a fine list of 7. So
Dagger of Venom. You gain a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this magic item. You can use an action to cause thick black poison to coat the blade, and the poison remains for 1 minute or until an attack using this weapon hits a creature, and blah 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 poison damage. So you can take an action and essentially make it poisonous. And you can't make it poisonous. Once you use it, you can't make it poisonous again until next dawn.
none of us are really roguey, though, so...
Controlling air elementals. While incense is burning in the sensor, you can use an action, blah blah blah, command, and summon an air elemental as if you had cast conjure elemental spell. Can't be used again until dawn. Okay.
Amulet of Health makes your Constitution 19.
Ooh, bam.
Brett, what is Lore's Constitution score?
1 second, I can tell you. Lore. Constitution is 15. 1-5.
So that's a +2. This would make it a +4. This would give him 20 hit points. Okay, and the Wondrous Goats.
Yeah, Vorpal just put some stuff in Discord on that one.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Okay.
This is crazy. This is insane. What does this goat do?
Each goat looks unique and functions differently from the others. The properties are as follows. The goat of traveling, you become a large goat. 24 charges, and each hour or potion thereof it spends in the beast form costs 1 charge. While it has charges, you can use it as often as you wish. When it runs out of charges, it reverts the figurine and can't be used again until 7 days have passed. The goat of travail becomes a giant goat for up to 3 hours, and it can't be used until 30 days have passed. And then the goat of terror becomes a giant goat for 3 hours. It can't attack, but you can remove its horns and use them as weapons. Holy mackerel. This is when D&D got drunk and they just started making up stuff. One horn becomes a +1 lance. Another one becomes a +2 longsword. Removing a horn requires an action. In addition, the goat radiates a 30-foot radius aura of terror while you are riding it. And then it can't be used for 15 days. So it's got some pretty cool stuff, but once you use it, it can't be used for 7, 15, or 30 days, depending on which goat you use. And I'm assuming that...
But there's 3 of them, so you could pick one and then the other, then the other.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Weird.
Mm-hmm.
We could all 3 of us run around on a goat.
There are 4 of us.
Well, he could just turn into a goat. It'll be all right.
And the only other one that I don't think is obvious or we've checked is this Eyes of Charming, which obviously I'm assuming charms somebody.
Yeah, I think it is a thing that allows you to cast charm spells, which I think I still have Charm Person. Oh no, I ditched that.
They have 3 charges. While wearing them, you can expend 1 charge as an action to cast Charm Person, save DC 13 on a humanoid within 30 feet of you. Provided that you and the target can see each other, the lenses regain all charges daily at dawn. So you guys tend not to use shields, like physical shields. So I don't know if the shield +1 is a big deal. The Broom of Flying, somewhat interesting. The Sensor of Controlling Air Elements, somewhat interesting. The Eyes of Charming, somewhat interesting. Amulet of Health is kind of a neat boost. And then the figurines of ivory goats are just Watsy on drugs, but certainly kind of neat.
Do we want a pet air elemental that we can use once a day? Or there is the amulet, or there's the weird goat figurines.
I'm a little... I mean, although the goat figurines are truly strange, I'm kind of on the fence on them, because they have such a long cooldown. I'm thinking, to be honest, getting the Amulet of Health so that lore stays up longer, and the broom because it would be nice not to have to use so much of our own spell slots to fly so often.
What does the amulet do for him?
Puts his health to 19.
Constitution up to 19.
Yeah. So that would give him a plus
4
instead of the +2 that he currently has. That would give him basically a flat 22 more hit points now. He'd be over 100 hit points.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever. I think we should definitely get the broom for sure.
Yeah. So the broom, and I guess you need us to roll for the Amulet O Health.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to change your decision. Just to help, air elementals have average 14 hit points, and they have 2 slam attacks. So, and they're of large size, and they can do what's called a whirlwind, but that's a recharge on a 4 to 6. So they're okay to have around. They're challenge rating 5, but if the type of creatures you're running up to, if they get 1 hit on this guy, the air elemental will probably just go poof.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
They probably do have some immunities and resistance. Yeah, they've got actually quite a bit of...
To be honest, the Sensor of Air Elemental Control is more, I think, for its utility than for its combat.
Yeah.
It'd be a case of like, oh, there's like a grate and something on the other side. It's like, okay, air elemental, slide straight through the grate. Don't do what they ever have to, and you could go pull the lever on the other side, sort of thing.
Yeah. So you rolled for the cost already. You rolled for the cost of the broom. What did we determine the cost of already?
Sorry, you cut out. We rolled for the cost of
the broom.
Yeah, it was. I believe we rolled a 3. Was it?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like so. That was 300. Yes, $300 for the broom, or 300 gold pieces for the broom, and you're looking at the Amulet of Health now, which is, unless somebody has it up in front of them, what's the commonality of it?
Rare.
Rare. So that
I think
is...
centers it on $5,000 or so.
Yeah, it's I need a 2d10, and that will multiply by 1,000 gold pieces. So
I'll roll 110 if you roll the other.
Okay.
you want low.
Oops. Oh well, something had to go the other guy's way.
12,000
So-
12,000 gold pieces for the
Okay.
Amulet of Health and 300 for the broom.
So 12,300 gold, 30,000 minus that. $17,700 gold divided by 4 peoples.
Do you have to attune to the broom, or can anyone use it?
Thing. Doesn't say attunement in that description that you linked.
Yeah, so if it
Awesome.
doesn't say attunement, I'm just going back on the DMG guide again.
No, hang on. It's literally called a broom of flying, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking, yes, broom of flying, and I'm looking at other ones in the DMG, and it says right beside the commonality, it says whether it requires attunement, and that one
Yeah.
does not. And
All right.
Amulet of Health, I don't know if that requires it either. Anybody got that open? I'm just getting there now.
It does require an attunement.
Okay, so that's going to be one of your
Is he
3.
attuned- Is he attuned to 3 things already?
Well, he lost his cloak, so nope, he's attuned to
No,
2.
he got the cloak back, remember?
Oh, well then, yeah, he's attuned to 3 things.
What 3
Which
things?
3?
Cloak?
The breastplate, the bow, and the cloak.
And possibly even the quiver, if that's attunement as well. So if he's got... He'll probably want to keep the breastplate. What does the cloak do for him again?
Plus on armor and plus on saving throws.
So he probably wants that. Probably wants to hang on to that. And so you want to hang on to the attunement of that. If he gets the Giant Slayer back, assuming that requires attunement too.
Do weapons require attunement?
I'm just about to check. I think the Giant Slayer's in here. Actually, it's in...
My staff, my glass staff did. It's a weapon.
Nope, no attunement on the Giant Slayer.
Oh, hang on. And I don't think his armor required attunement either. If it's just a armor plus 2, right? Wasn't anything special about it?
Wasn't it the dragon? Oh no, it's not the dragon armor. Okay, so then that doesn't. So then he just has the cloak, the amulet, and the bow, and maybe the quiver.
I think we're fine in that respect.
Yeah. He might have to make a decision and get rid of... Or not
sure
get
he can
rid of
ditch
one,
the
but unattuned to one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll just put the quiver away for the time being, I think.
Yeah.
Or perhaps the bow. But I think we fought too hard for the bow now. Anyway.
Well, remember the bow is supposed to go back to its rightful owner.
That is true. We did promise.
Oath bow requires attunement. And I'm trying to see if I can find the quiver. A quiver, no attunement.
Alright, then we're basically getting him his 3rd attuned thing. And everybody also takes 4,425 gold coins.
Cool. I'll do that for...
Hooray.
I'll do that for Witchy and Lore. So, I'm sorry, the number again, please?
4,425. That's after deducting the 12,300 that we've paid for these 2 items.
Okay.
4,425.
4,425.
Yar.
Well, Lore has, now that he has his stuff back, puts him at an exact even 7,500 gold pieces. And Bryle, who I don't think has been tracking his gold at all. He had it written down on some sheet or something like that. Yeah, he does. He's got 25 gold pieces.
So 9,000 gold would be 900 platinum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one of them that doesn't go by 10, and I can never remember which one it is.
Electrum.
Electrum?
Yeah, Electrum is like 2 Electrum is 1 gold. Just because holdover from like first edition sort of bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I think because actually, I can't remember what I was watching. It was some documentary on currencies, like ancient currencies, and Electrum is like a gold-silver hybrid, which is probably why it was halfway between the two values.
Yeah, it says, I'm looking at the SRD under treasure. Unusual coins made of other precious metals sometimes appear. The Electrum piece and Platinum piece originate from fallen empires and lost kingdoms, and they sometimes arouse suspicion and skepticism when using in transactions. Electrum piece is worth 5 silver pieces. I think Electrum is like silver and copper mixed together or something. I can't remember. And a Platinum piece is worth 10 gold pieces.
Silvery Moon is awesome sauce.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
Your man Galen.
So, I think Ventus, you keep the broom, and Brett, if you could let Seth know that he's got the amulet of health and that his hit points have gone up and such.
Yes.
Or if you just want to edit his character sheet yourself. I think you're the only one with permissions to do that.
Yep. Let's do that because that's going to be easiest.
Check this out. I could twin disintegrate. Oh my goodness.
You, sir, are basically a TIE fighter right now.
How about a nice 75 and 74 damage? Oh man, to start off a fight? That'd be crazy.
Yeah, the thing is, if you hit both of those on the same person, you are almost guaranteed to basically ash pile one of the first people we hit.
Well, the twinning spell has to have 2 different targets, so I wouldn't be able to cast it on the same target, I believe.
But
It
still,
like specifically says you have to target 2 different ones.
75 points of damage is a fair amount.
Well, it's so consistent. If you see that plus 40 in there, that's insane.
Yep. Yeah. Wow.
So I'm trying to figure out how to. So I've added the amulet of health to him, but it provides the information, which is great. And
You may just have to manually change his hit points, or sorry, his constitution to 19, and then just add 22 hit points to his max. Because I think he's level 11 now, and he had a +2. It's now a +4 con. And so it would be 22 hit points.
Yeah. I know there's under equipment there's a thing called mods, and
Yep.
I know, for example, I think if you put like, I don't know, AC +1 or something like that there, I can't remember, but I don't know if there's a mod to actually mod up the
Well, this one's kind of strange because it isn't actually like a plus to his health. It simply sets your constitution at 19.
Yeah, I was trying
And
to.
if you already have a constitution above that, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and I was trying to force it because if you hover over your constitution number, it says at squiggly constitution squiggly bracket, and I was kind of hoping that I could force it that way, but you know what? I'm going to add into the information of the amulet of health. That's what we've that's what we've changed. Changed con from 15 to 19, and then that way, if he ever loses it, God forbid, I can't see Laura losing anything. So there he is, and I'm sorry. Add what to his hit points again?
22.
22.
I think the math is solid on that.
Yeah, so that puts him up to 105.
Well, it would be what 11d10 plus 4,
Mm-hmm.
and that's going to max out. So, yeah.
Well, it'll be, what is it? It'll be 14 for the very first level, and then 10 for every level beyond that. Because I think it's a 6 plus.
He's a
plus
fighter.
modifier.
He gets
Yeah.
a 1d10.
Yeah, but what I mean is like the first level you have max hit points, so that'd be 14,
Yep,
and then every one beyond that you can either roll or I think it's take the
average.
just above average. So because I get instead of taking 4, I take 5 on a d8, so think he gets to take a 6, and add his con modifier. So that would be 10. So 10, 100. So he'd have 114 hit points. That's flipping awesome.
114?
I believe
114?
I think that's how it would work out.
Okay.
14 for first level, and the next 10 levels 10 each.
Okay. 1 second. And Vorpal, you just got some info that I forgot to pass along to you before, but it doesn't change anything up to this point. So you can pass that along to your party whenever you wish.
Oh shit!
The game is afoot, sir.
Probably after we've done the shopping and stuff, we'll go out for a bite to eat, and I'm gonna casually bring up this horrible nightmare vision I had to the halfling and to Krev. It's I just had a vision of dragons dying amongst fire so hot it just burned their scales them to ash. I heard Bahamut's voice in my head. He said they know who you are, and they're coming. Dun dun dun.
And that may be an awesome place to leave it. Not that we can't continue talking for a few minutes.
Okay, I'm worried it's the Von Dodd, the fire giants, because we have mucked in. I think we have honked off all the giants
Everybody
except for the frost and the stone, because we did intercept, and I don't think I have a Von Dodd piece, but I have a Von Dodd detector.
Yeah.
In my bag holding.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I have a rod of the Von Dodd.
Yeah, because you guys ran into
and an idol of Searcher. By the way, what is that idol of Searcher?
I have no idea. What was that again? I can't remember everything.
I think it was when we were intercepting the fire giants.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Ventus, before I forget, I pull out the cloud pillow that you gave to me to store, and I give that to you. It's a piece of the magical cloud that the castle was sitting on.
Oh, that's so nice.
Well, you asked me to hang on to it. I'm going to mark it off from my list here, and it's yours now.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this into a Tempur-Pedic pillow.
I should also mark off all the masks and everything.
Oh, by the way, since my foray with my grappling hook and silk rope went so poorly, Ventus is never going to mention it again and never buy one again. So,
so what was...
I do have one question. Is my Javelin of Lightning still kind of okay?
Oh, yes, thank you for mentioning that. Out of game, it's going to get tweaked slightly because the giant did kind of crack it a little bit over its her knee.
Okay.
So let me have a look at your Javelin Lightning before I figure out how much we're gonna tweak it by. So it's strength, range, 1d6. So the damage is 1d6 plus 2 piercing. It's got a +6, but that's just your modifiers. That's not the Javelin of Lightning, right?
Yeah.
Actually,
that's my.
Yeah, this might be easier for me to actually look up the.
Because I mean, that's just its physical abilities.
Yeah, here we go. Javelin lightning. When you hurl it and speak its command words, transforms into a bolt of lightning. Blah blah blah. Each creature in line, DC 13, 46 lightning damage, half as much. Because the plan was to. It's essentially slightly broken now. So if you don't mind me taking a little bit of liberties with the rules, and let's drop the 46 damage down to a 3d6.
Riot,
actually-
mutiny! Riot, riot!
You know what I'm half thinking?
What's that?
Okay, Krev doesn't know that it's hurting, but when I use it, 3d6 does go down. 1d6 of it zots me.
I'm good with that.
I like it.
Because, and like I said, I'm going to need you to remember this because I may not, and I actually almost want to forget it. Because it would make for a wonderful moment. It's like, and here is as it flies, and it's like, it didn't do that before. Yeah, it's not that it's a cursed item, but I may be just leaving it alone.
Yeah. Well, I did make a little bit of a change to its description, so I'm just going to roll it for you and see if it comes up in the description, and that way it will remind us. Yeah, there it goes. Javelin. Ooh, I critted you for it, by the way. Javelin lightning. 1d6 goes to Krev. So if you roll the damage on that, which I will do, 6 plus 1. The plus 1 is the crit.
But it's 1d6 goes to me if I throw it as a lightning spear.
Oh,
like if I just hit someone with it, it's a javelin.
Oh, so the damage that Roll20 rolls is just the normal damage.
Yeah, that's
you
me
have to
attacking
manually.
with
Okay,
it.
well, hopefully I'm sure we'll see that, and the 1d6 goes to Krev, and that will remind us.
Yep.
Yep.
You're going to be flying too, and like we're all going to fall to our deaths. Because you failed the
So there you go. How's that first session?
That
good, man.
was good. That was very good.
You
I think it's going to be interesting to see how Seth plays it out with his father, and I think Kreb's
We
going to
just
be
got to
there.
wait for the witchy.
Yeah, Krebs going to be there to give him a hug and whatever support necessary once he gets out of that engagement, because I don't know how well he's going to mentally survive it.
Mhm.
I don't remember much about because I don't think Krev was there, but from the descriptions of his that he's given of his father, Krev doesn't know, or I don't know if his father's just hiding the fact that he's okay with his son, or if he's just really disappointed with him permanently, and just how much that weighs on Lore.
Well, I think what the party knows is that he set off to kind of. I think he's a half son of his father, I believe, and he set off to prove himself to his father to kind of get back in the family, as it were, as an adventurer. And they did come back to Silvery Moon once before, a number of days, probably a week plus, maybe a 10-day ago. But he didn't meet with his family. He only met with the again, I'll call him the butler.
That's right.
Who
actually does like him?
Was a father figure towards him, but Lore and he kind of he said, you know what, like, you're here, you should really see your father. Like, if it's heard that you're in town and you don't go see your father, it's kind of like a damn if you do. Like, your father's going to complain that you didn't come see him when you're in town, but if you did show up anyways, your father's probably going to berate you for not being a great son anyway. So, who cares, kind of thing. So now he comes back, and
bearing the worst of news.
Yeah, and I think the conversation with that butler, major domo kind of guy, who's a father figure to Lore, there was something that you that he felt that the father could. There's a couple things there. One, the father could have access to some sort of scroll or magic that was going to help you out, that he could kind of go to the Silvery Moon Town Castle or Town Council and access if really needed. I can't remember what that was. And then there was a super kick-ass magical item that Seth. I'm gonna sneeze here in a second. Excuse me. Seth found in the Dungeon Master guide, and he's like, it'd be really cool if it's an elven thing, and he's like, maybe my family has access to that or something like that. So he's trying to shoehorn that into the story, and maybe it will. We'll see. But there was some sort of spell. This is like a spell book that you could only use once 100 years or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was.
That sounds like one of the enhancement manuals. The ones that actually you read this book and you do the exercise in it, and you get +2 to your strength or dex or what have you. And the book becomes inert for 100 years. Maybe
I just remember there was a 100-year thing, and if you really needed access to that he could probably argue your access to that on your behalf to the town council, because there's one in Silvery Moon. But that's when he said, or the major domo said, that if you go off and deal with this Evermore's issue, that his other son went off, then that would probably put you in good favor to have that argument. So depending on how Daddy's going to feel about his son dying, but the Evermore's issue kind of sort of dealt with, maybe.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, they know what it is now, and she is hurting. I don't know if she'll leave.
Mm-hmm. Well, the issue was the loud noises and such, and so what you were able to determine was she was torturing a dragon in a castle. So the castle itself wasn't the problem. There was a cloud giant.
Oh God! So we did solve the problem.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Well, that's fortuitous.
Yeah, I'm just okay. Picture it. Krev's just kind of putting this together now. Going, what was this? He looks down at Felgalos and is like, "Oh, oh, Felgalos, I'm so sorry."
It was the screams of Felgaros that people were hearing, including you, from miles around. Whenever she was being tortured by Sansiri.
Okay. Yeah, we buy her a really good dinner, and it's just...
We're just super nice.
Yeah. Krev's a half-orc. He tends to feel his emotions really, really strongly, and right now, it's not pity, he just really, really commiserating, for lack of a better term. He can't imagine how hard that must have been for her all that time, and yeah, he's just super nice to her and trying to, like, amazed that her attitude is still as bright and sunny as it is.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he likes her quite a lot.
This is the information. I know we're going a little bit long, and I do have to get going in a moment, but this is the information that Felgalos will provide you. Based on Sansiri. So
Will you post it in the Discord?
It's in
Or
the
from the PC?
in the Discord chat.
Yes, please, sir.
Okay. So, Count Sansiri's ancient ancestors, anticipating the fall of their great empire, the giant empire, reportedly hid their magical knowledge and wealth in vaults and left markers for future generations to find them. The greatest of these troves was a cache of dragon magic, spells and artifacts plundered from the lairs of powerful worms. Sansiri wants to find this cache and use her newfound power to destroy her ambitious rivals and convince the rest of Giant Kind to kneel before her. Sincerely believes the gods will reward her appropriately for doing so. When the day comes, all other cloud giants will thank her. When a curious and danger-prone bronze dragon named Felgorus paid her a visit some weeks ago, she essentially captured her and is torturing her, hoping it knows where one of the ancient Asturian markers may be.
Might be.
And Asturian is the giant empire of old.
So, in other words, she doesn't actually know where the damn thing is.
No, she's
All right, that stopped then. Good.
well, you
I
stop.
mean, it won't stop. It won't stop her from continuing to look, but at least she won't be torturing the information out of Felgalos.
Yeah, and that's not the only cloud giant and cloud giant castle that's been causing problems that you know of too. So stuff's happening. The world is turning.
Yep,
And
and hopefully,
And depending on your choices and how good of a DM I am, things will happen in other places while you're dealing with other stuff.
Well, I really hope Fugalo sticks around because I think she could use a friend right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's seeming pretty friendly, and now having been tied up with Sinceri and all that kind of stuff, I think she's got a she wants to see this this nonsense come to an end. So will she stick around right to the end? It kind of depends on what she's got on her mind, but so far she's happy to just have her newfound freedom after weeks of being captured and tortured.
Yeah, for sure. What did she say when I told her about the message from Bahamut?
Oh, she looks quizzically at that, and obviously Bahamut's word carries great weight with her, and but also concerned. If you are seeing dreams of dragons dying in fire, and Bahamut is speaking to you in dreams, then that's not good.
We must prepare ourselves.
Yes, you must.
Like the Lion King, be prepared.
Yeah, but that was the villain singing that.
And with that, I will step away if that works with everybody else.
No worries, Brett.
Yeah,
Thanks
for sure.
again.
Thank you for the match, for the game.
No problem. We'll see you guys next week, and in a few weeks from now, it's on the it's on the game board or chat area or whatever. But in a few weeks from now, heading to the cottage, I will be leaving a Saturday morning and returning back Saturday night. So the first Saturday, our first Sunday, we will have to skip a game, or you guys do your thing, and then we'll be back late that Saturday night. I don't think we have plans next Sunday, so far that should only mean that we have to miss one game in the coming weeks. But next week I am here, as far as I know.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah,
No
and I
worries.
might reach out and do a little midweek D&D on the Curse of Strahd thing, just getting things set up. So keep an eye on the Discord.
I will keep an eye out for that, certainly. And I'm going to try and polish up some ideas for the orc and bounce them off you, and we'll go from there.
Sounds
All right,
good.
guys.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.